Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to this Guys, 10 seconds. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2024. We've gone from 7 exhibits 10 years ago at the Nordschleife to filling the Dortmund Messe in 2024. What a time to be alive. My name's Luke Crane. I am joined by my co-host, of course, Matze Brandt. We've got 2 very special guests here as well.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Luke, for the introduction. Hallo zusammen, herzlich willkommen auf der ADAC SimRacing Expo 2024. Ich bin ganz froh, so ein bisschen diese Mischung übernehmen zu dürfen auf Deutsch und Englisch. So I'm pretty happy to mix it up, like German and English all the time. It's just an amazing venue. It's just so great to have you here. Over 80 exhibitors, like 20 world premieres, 200 SimRigs. It's just amazing. It's going to be a hell of a weekend, and we have the 2 guys who just made that even possible. And this is Michael Wamser and Marco Vogt. Please, warm welcome. Hi, guys.
Hey there. Well, yeah, we started last year here in Dortmund, and it was amazing there, but as you can see, we nearly doubled everything, and it's more amazing than ever before. And we are very proud to be here. We are very proud that all the exhibitors trusted in our idea, in Michael's idea, and yeah, we are from South, we are from West, we are here, and Southwest Vision will welcome you very warm.
So really a big thank you to all the exhibitors regarding the trust. It's really a pleasure to work with you guys, and I'm so excited to see what you delivered here. It's unbelievable. So I wish everybody here great times, amazing days, and yeah, be prepared for the future, guys.
Brilliant stuff there. As Matze did just bring up there, over 80 exhibitors this year, 23 nations represented. There's going to be over 20 premieres of new products, new software. It's going to be an incredible, incredible weekend of action.
Yes. What are you looking forward to the most?
Sunday evening when it's all done.
Yeah. Saturday evening is a party, I heard.
Saturday evening, the party is always the best part for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the races, to be honest. Can you give us a short wrap-up of what is going to happen today, Luke?
Right, so today we start off with a panel which starts in about 10 minutes' time with Rennwelten and LFM.
It's going to be awesome.
Matt's involved in that one, so it'll be better than any of mine. Then we're going to be speaking to Conspit. Then it will be VRS having a chat. Asher and KW have got a panel later on. Then we have reflecting on 10 years of the SimExpo. And I can tell you right now, there is something in there that you do not want to miss.
Definitely, and there's absolutely, and not to forget, a race coming up today, because we have everyday races coming up. Community trophies.
We will absolutely be finishing with the Asetek Community Trophy later on as well, with Alex and Kieran commentating for that one, so that'll be fun to watch. But yeah, lots of action-packed days ahead of you, 3 of them in total. But I guess we can say that is the SimRacing Expo 2024 officially open.
Yes!
Thank you very much,
Thank you, guys. You're welcome.
So we'll be back very, very shortly with our first panel of the day. Go get yourself some drinks, go get yourself some snacks, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes' time.
See you.
Welcome back to the SimRacing Expo 2024. Luckily you can hear me. We just had a Pagani Zonda fired up from Racing Unleashed over there. Luckily they've just turned it off, ready for our first panel of the day and the weekend. So I'm going to hand you over to Matza, who is indeed the host of the show, and he's got two special guests. We've got Andre Rapper, owner of Rennwelten, and we've got Boris Scholk, owner of LFM.
Yes. Hi everybody. Thank you, Luke, for the introduction. And yes, that was great. Did you hear the Pagani?
Obviously, yes.
Oh my God, amazingly loud. Everybody, I'm going to switch between German and English just shortly for the introduction. Also, hallo, herzlich willkommen auf der ADAC SimRacing Expo 2024. Wir freuen uns, euch unser erstes Panel, unsere erste kleine Keynote hier präsentieren zu dürfen. Wir haben den André von Rennwelten und den Boris von LFM zu Gast und sie werden über ihr gemeinsames Projekt sprechen und über ganz jede Menge Neuigkeiten. Und ich gehe zurück zu Englisch. So, everybody, welcome to our first panel. Great to have you here, André and Boris, LFM and Rennwelten. So we're basically gonna have fun right here on stage, right? Yeah. That's pretty much the very most important thing, I guess. We love sim racing, but not only sim racing, it's racing and all about racing. And for everybody to get to know you, you maybe just want to shortly introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
Yes. First question, just a little question. Do we have a presentation?
We do have a presentation.
Yeah.
Don't you have a like the skipper? Well, it's gonna be here in a few seconds.
Okay.
But there's the first slide. So everybody's gonna be convenient hopefully soon. Hey.
Thank you.
We're actually not first timers, right? Like when we had the SimRacing Expo in Nuremberg, I had you two on stage, and you just basically behind the stage just recently told me that you got to know each other there better, and it was the beginning of a journey you two started together.
That we are here now is a result of the expo from Nürburgring. So yeah, it was good that we met there.
Okay, so now you have this little clicker,
Yes.
and you can start telling us about you two.
Exactly. So you asked who we are, and we prepared a little chart for each of us. Most likely everybody knows Boris, but we together are just two partners who love racing in whatever way, and we think sim racing is a huge opportunity for this market. But to give you a little bit of background, who we are, what we did, Boris, it's on you.
I mean, everybody will know LFM for sure, at least a little bit.
You get another microphone.
Yeah.
For me? For you.
Or is for
Just share it.
Okay.
Just oh.
Okay, so yeah. So again, now we're talking. Yeah, that's better. I'm Boris. I'm from LFM. I'm the founder of LFM and the main developer of LFM. And as you told, we met together at the expo in Nuremberg. And after that, we started talking and started thinking about what we can do together. And so some interesting things came up, and so now we are here and we want to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. So Rennwelten is maybe not that known as LFM is, but what we do is sim racing, is racing, and in German it's called Real Digital Scheißegal, which is a little bit lame in English.
Yeah, but it's kind of real digital. Motherfucker about that, right? Yeah.
I can't use the F word, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, but I think what's the difference to LFM is we love sim racing, we're more a community, and we offer also other real-life events like community days, like B2B incentives, and that's why we paired together the more technical part, the more portal part, and the more brand and more, let's call it event and community part. Yeah, this is us.
That's you. And then that's 2024, an interesting year. Maybe you could put a little bit like light in the shadows. What have you done and how was your journey together?
Yeah, first of all, we developed something like a mission, like democratize racing. This is the biggest shift for us, that we don't need only the let's call it white old men, we like Caesars who are waiting for new talents in the racing, and you need a lot of budget, and sim racing will democratize it. This is our shared passion, shared vision, and this is how we said, okay, let's now bring that to life and see what can happen. And one thing, just a short note, we're not alone. It's not only LFM and Rennwelten, but there are other partners, like for example JP Motorsports. This is what we all can do together. It's from automotive passion, goes about racing in real, racing in digital, goes to events and experiences, and comes to the marketing. So what we built together is a whole universe and a whole ecosphere for every petrol head, real, digital.
Yeah, so you pretty much open it up, right? Like, so that racing doesn't only is available for like a very, very small group of people, but you want to really open the doors for everybody and like lower the hurdle to get into the world of racing, right?
Exactly. And we found partners like JP Motorsports. This is why there's a McLaren.
At your booth, right? So everybody can visit the booth right behind the stage. If you're watching us via the live stream, come on over to Dortmund, right? And yeah, it's gonna be amazing. Like they brought this beautiful car, the McLaren, and you can actually sit in it, right?
Sit in it, take a picture, like us, follow us on LFM, on JP Motorsport and Rennwelten, and it's a kind of a photo booth, a modern photo booth.
Yeah. But it's not only about photo boothing. You're pretty much doing way more.
One little thing, there are more. This is the idea behind democratize the racing. As you can see, there's a Clio Cup also in there, and we want to do with the Audi R8, which is also in the booth. We want to make it affordable, the real racing. This is again the passion behind it.
So, but there's also your part, the LFM part. So how do you join in there?
Yeah, of course, we are joining with our portal, of course. The Rennwelten guys are hosting their events on our portal, meanwhile, already. So that's what we do. And of course, we bring also a huge community in with nearly 200,000 members, meanwhile.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's our part in this whole thing. And of course...
there's something already shown on the screen.
Exactly,
You want to share something. This is actually the first great moment of the ADAC SimRacing Expo, because we already announced there are going to be so many announcements, like so many news, and you come up with news.
Yeah, we have some really cool news, I would say. It's a kind of software thing, what we are actually doing together. We bring data, and yeah, I think now it's your turn to introduce that. It will be cool.
Yeah, we can do so. So about democratizing racing, as you see, sim racing is growing, obviously, and during Corona times, and it's still growing, but still it's not rocketizing. It's not going through
the roof somehow, yeah, okay.
Exactly, and then that's why we asked us the question, what is in fact slowing down sim racing? And we came to the point that there is a monkey job. This monkey job is stewarding. Stewarding is, like in real life, stewarding is hard, and you will not find marshals and stewards very easy, but they are on the track, so they have an event.
Yes.
For sim racing stewards,
they're basically sitting in a basement somewhere checking things.
Yes, exactly. They are the bad guys.
Yeah.
They just give some penalties out.
Hey, this is not disrespecting, absolutely not, because it's a hard job, it's a tough job. You have to be so focused and so clean, and your decisions are always questioned and everything. So yes.
And not disrespect, exactly the opposite.
Exactly.
The stewards are, if you don't have stewards, you will have a destruction derby.
Yeah.
And this will absolutely grant you a bad experience. So this is, for me, one of the most important jobs we have.
Yeah.
But you don't want to do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. It's a pain in the,
May I? No.
Yeah, I mean, the stewarding. I say always, if you are a steward and you judge incidents, there will at least always be one party that is not amused about what you are judging.
Absolutely.
So, you have always someone against you. So it's like a football referee.
Yeah.
Nobody want to do the job because
yeah.
they get really much. I don't want to say hate, but it's the tough thing on this.
Absolutely.
And nobody want to do it really because of this.
So, concerning this, what do you come up with then?
Obviously, smart idea would be an AI stewarding.
Yeah.
So for the bad part of it, you got an AI. You can blame the AI. You can whatever do with the AI. She will not cry too much, as far as we know. Yeah, and basically this is what we did. We started to train an AI to build up all the algorithms to get let's call it the backend ready. It's technical, not correct. Don't blame me for it. But it's he knows when he's talking about techniques. I don't. And so
Okay.
He's a smart guy. Now, but what telemetry, what a car is, what a racetrack is, and so on, to have an AI for the judging and the stewarding. And yeah, basically, we had one very, very big issue. This is data management, because of some of you may know, some not. Even if it's an online racing, the data is divided, and you've got data from the server, from the clients, and you got a lot of data. You get so many metrics, you just explode your database when you take it all in.
For sure.
Yeah. And this is then the result of it. So everybody take a look, take a picture. This is where the magic happens. These are all the
it looks so
metrics.
magical.
Now,
Absolutely not.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. He understands what's written there. For me, it's just colors. No, again, this is just giving you an idea on how many metrics. These are all the data points we can collect. And it's absolutely crucial to find out which is relevant, which is not. And these are, for example, physical metrics, static metrics. Who wants to know more? Join us on our booth. Talk to Boris and me. This is only one part of it, then there's data synchronization, because you get all these data streams, and actually what is the one uniting thing in an accident, it's the same time. Two cars at the same time on the same place. This is the definition of an accident.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and so you gotta sync all this shit. Sorry, I couldn't say it. Stuff. In the end, it's super easy. You get the data, you sort the
Absolutely.
data.
As you can see, this
sync.
is so easy. I could do that at home with a.
Yeah, but you hadn't idea. Bad luck.
I couldn't do it, to be honest. Okay, no, but you're gathering the data right now via your portal, I guess. Like so you can provide all the data, and you can provide the events pretty much, and the idea, and then you merge all this together. So. My next question would be, when does it come, or how will the next months look like?
Spoiler.
Yeah.
Next slide.
Please, spoiler. You did it already.
Yes.
Okay, that's amazing.
So we're up and running with 120 FPS, which is frames per second. So you just make sure that you're precise enough, because it's milliseconds when the accidents happen. We can do it with 16 active driving cars. And we already now have a quote of 24% of correct judges from the AI, which seems to be low, but it was for us magic, because we didn't do the mass training. And you asked where we teamed up, why we teamed up. Of course, LFM got masters, how many you want. Yeah? So this is now what's going to happen in the next months. Means we are ready to go. We will now start one by one, maybe you will explain it, series by series, to roll it out, to get the mass training for the AI, and then we are there and hope to be on the market ready 2025.
So right now you get into the training phase where the AI learns what the stewards decide.
Yeah, what we do now is we use, of course, our portal, because we have a huge amount of races every day, and we will use now these races to train the AI. So we collect the data, and we judge the incidents, and we say to the AI, if this happens, then it could be this punishment or this penalty or whatever. And as more we do that, so the AI gets better and better and better. And this is now what we do the next month, and hopefully then in Q1 next year, we can roll out, and everybody can be happy.
So
have an AI steward.
And this is what we know about AIs. Eventually, they will know better than we do, actually, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Like in Terminator. Then they will kill us all. And Looking forward to that.
Yeah, of course. And of course, the next step, what we have also in plan, is to use the system on a later stage for our daily races in a fully automated way. So that we don't need a judge anymore, that it's everything judged by the AI already in the background. But this is something what we look for next year. So first we have to get it to this point where we can say, yeah, the AI is good enough to judge incidents, and then these are the next steps, of course.
So whoever is interested in this, any other portals, any race drivers, you are very welcome to approach the guys and say hi and talk about that, right?
Absolutely right. We also prepared that mind-blowing, crazy video, which is actually super boring, but we wanted to share it. Yeah?
Go for it. Let's do it. Oh yeah.
So what you see on the lower right corner is the software who is working and then getting all the parameters together. Upper right corner you see the panel, and on the left side you see talented driver like Boris and me driving.
Could be me as well.
Could be you as well.
See, this is totally me.
Maybe. Oh, bad luck, Matze, you hit him. So now you will see the updates on the lower right corner. It will start to analyze, and then it will put up the incident up there, and later on it will judge it. So this is the process, and as Boris explained, now for the beginning, and Stuart will jump on to get the precision in it, to get the correct in it, and then the next phase will be the AI will give an approach, an idea, and the latest phase is what Boris already said, that in daily races the AI will just work like it, and only drivers can then say, okay, it's not right, and then a human steward has to jump in again.
Yeah, and you can see on the lower right corner there was a lot of text written yet again, totally ununderstandable from my perspective.
Yeah, I know. That's why I brought it for you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I love it. So I don't know what it does, but I like it somehow. I'm really looking forward to how it's going to work. This is just amazing. Guys, so this is probably pretty much it, right? The AI stewarding, or did you bring something else?
Or maybe we brought some else.
Okay.
A little bit more.
Could there be more in the future? Would you
could
share it with
be
us?
Could be more. No, again, democratizing racing goes some steps further. So we got another introduction for this year. There's one thing we're launching here on the SimExpo. It's a supplement. It's a supplement for races explicitly. Yeah.
Okay.
It's called Ignite. It will have 3 different supplements. Like the first one, the yellow, which we will introduce today, is giving you the right focus, the right flow. Yeah. So it gives you caffeine, it gives you magnesium, it gives you vitamins to get you focused. One thing very important for me to mention in this case, it's not any China whatever, where it's produced in Germany on medical standards. So it's very, very good product to use. And later on, from long-time drivers, they said, okay, we need something to calm down again. So this will be the next one. Is this blue, and the last one is red, which just keeps you over the time healthy. And yeah, again, it starts today. So if you're interested, on the corner on my left, your right, there you'll find our booth from Ignite. Go there, grab a stick, and enjoy. You'll be way faster when you walk through the fair afterwards.
So this is not sim. This is real supplement.
Hey, you gave a perfect bridge to the next topic, which is hybrid racing.
Okay, come on.
Yeah, hybrid racing and it's also available now. When you heard through the presentation, there are real races, there is a technical solution, there is a community, like all that put together is hybrid racing for us. So whoever wants to have whatever of racing, if it's a real racing team, an esports team, if it's a portal, if it's a league, if it's a closed thing, if it's a road show, whatever, we can realize it now. Yeah? And this is, for us, again, democratizing racing.
Racing, exactly.
You can start with just one little example. When you bring your own car, you can drive 2 hours in Spa-Francorchamps, real racetrack for 200 euros, which is very affordable again.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And this is hybrid racing. We also bought a little clip for that.
Yeah,
so we
let's
can
go.
shut up
Let's have a look at that. I love the car. Beautiful.
Could be. The music is not from the presentation.
Is it not?
No.
Okay.
Could you kill the music?
We still have the music right here on the monitors on stage. But yeah, okay, there it's gone. Beautiful.
That helps a lot.
So yeah, you pretty much merge sim and real racing and make it to like a huge and beautiful experience for everybody. This is what I get out of this, right?
Democratized. Please keep this in mind. We're not trying to build some elite lighthouse stuff.
Yeah.
But it's the other way around. We want to have racing as a Breitensport. I don't know the English word for Breitensport, but you may imagine.
So yeah, you wanna make it affordable for a wider community. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Beautiful, guys. Do you have anything more to say, or shall I invite everybody to your booth maybe now?
There's 2 more slides, which are basically the invitement. I think Boris and I could sit here for the next 2 days and talk about stuff.
Yeah, I think so too.
That won't help you, I guess. No, so we have something with races. Just stay tuned. Super interesting. But we decided not to show it here. But we will go live with it in this year. It will become public. So please stay tuned. Follow us on social media. Follow us Discord, whatever. And it's going to be super interesting. And yeah, last thing for us to say. Why did we tell you all this today? It's easy. Talk to us. We're on the booth on the right side. Have a chat with us. Have a drink with us. Because in the end, it's so bad now the clicker is not working.
Ah, no, unbelievable.
Can you click one?
Yeah, just one more slide, please.
2 slides left and the clicker is not working.
Maybe the program. Ah, there it is.
So on the one hand, we told you all this because as you saw in this variety of stuff and in services, there's definitely for everybody something tasty. Yeah. We can do everything customized down to your needs and your efforts. And of course, and this is now the last slide, on the other hand, we're always looking for partners, friends, sponsors, whatever. So just saying, come to our booth, have a talk with us.
Yes.
And this is it.
Andre from Rennwelten, Boris from LFM.
Thank you. Yeah, come over to booth. We have also a hot lap challenge there, and you can win prizes, of course.
Okay,
so,
yes.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to say now. It will. I think when we are back, it will start now. So you can. We have 3 rigs. You can race there, win prizes. So come over to the booth.
Yes.
Happy to see you.
So if you're here in Dortmund or planning on coming, the booth is right behind or beside our stage, so you can't miss it. It's just amazing. There's also going to be this beautiful McLaren where you can sit in and have photos and discuss the car and feel the car and see everything. But also, you got to get to know these 2 guys who are really communicative. It's crazy. They invite you to their sofa, they have a Coke for you or something else. You have this Energizer thingy. Ignite, it's called, right? So you can taste that as well. Get to know the guys. They are big fun. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
It was great having you. Thank you so much.
You.
And all of you in the stream. Yes, of course. Give a warm hand of applause. And let me just tell you in the stream, our next panel is going to start at 12 o'clock. It's going to be with Thomas Ronhaar, Formula 1 driver, and SRC Racing starting at 12. See you then.
Welcome back to the SimRacing Expo 2024. We just heard from Rennwelten and indeed LFM, and now we've got another panel, one of our most eagerly anticipated ones as well. We've got one of the big dogs of SimRacing esports. So we're going to have a little discussion here with Thomas Ronhaar. We've also got Jonah Martens. It's going to be hosted by Jorrit van Geffen. And remember, shush the haters.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Welcome everybody to the SimRacing Expo 2024 here in Dortmund. Next to me I have Jonah Martens, Scuderia Ferrari, HB Esports engineer, 2 championships in F1 Esports under his belt. Thomas Ronhaar, Kick F1 Esports team driver, runner-up last season in F1 Sim Racing. Today we're going to be talking about their sim racing life, how it affected them personally, and how they got into there. So Thomas, please tell me about your sim racing life and how you really got into it.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Jorrit, for the introduction. My name is Thomas Ronhaar, and today I'll be sharing with you guys my sim racing career and how that affected my personal life. So it all started 5 years ago in 2019, where I was doing football and karting at the same time. Was enjoying both of them quite a lot, and I was very happy with how the things were going. Unfortunately, I had to make a decision already of, do I want to pursue my career into football or karting? And I decided to follow my dad's trust and my family's trust into the racing world. And yet to this day, I'm very happy I made that decision.
So afterwards, you chose to go for karting. Tell us more about that story.
Yeah, so it really started when I was like an 8-year-old kid, when I was in my home place, just karting casually. But I found out that I was fairly good at it with driving with my dad. Had a lot of races against him. I found it very fun. But yeah, when 2020 came, COVID hit, I couldn't go karting anymore. And then I had to pick a different route with school and sim racing, which I will go into detail in a second. Yeah, to this day I'm still doing karting, of course, with Talent Factory, and things are going very well.
Yeah, that's awesome. So from karting you got into sim racing yourself. Afterwards you stepped it up quite a lot. I assume you had one major event that really stood out for you. What is that first event like that you had for F1 sim racing?
Yeah, so in 2022 we had the Pro Exhibition in Silverstone with the F1 2022 British Grand Prix, which was a very fun experience, a very special moment for myself to be attending that as my first F1 Grand Prix weekend. It was 32 drivers, including many on the current grids like Jake Benham, I think a very old guy Tommy Parachis, and many other drivers who are very fast. It was very fun for sure, and in the end it turned out to be kind of a 1 versus 1 situation with Jake, which was again very fun to do. Managed to come out on top and become the champion in the Pro Exhibition, and yeah, things were going well, and the confidence was very high for the coming few months after.
Very interesting. At that team you were doing it, at that place you were doing it all by yourself. You weren't backed by a team yet, and I know that afterwards you stepped into Haas. Tell me about that part of your story.
Yeah, so I think only a month after I was on vacation with my family in Austria, and I got a DM from Matthijs van Erven, who was my teammate 2 years ago, alongside Piotr Stachulek in Haas. Got an offer to join the team when I was on vacation, so it was a very special moment to be participating in the esports series for the first time. It's quite long already ago, it's already 2.5 years, time flies by already. Yeah, it was all going very strong. We were practicing a lot and got P3 in my first season, and that was, like I said, a very good confidence boost for the 2 years after as well.
So that was your time at Haas. We all know that you're currently a Kick F1 sim racing team driver currently. Tell us about your current state of F1 sim racing. You're currently with Kick. Tell us about that team.
Yeah, so I'm still, with Kick for 2 years already, alongside Brendan Lee, a very strong teammate, 2-time champion. He's a very good motivator, especially in my head. Mentally, he is a very strong person, which made me stronger as well. We grow together as a team quite a lot, which personally makes me, happy inside to be alongside such a good teammate. And joining forces with them was very special to be in a part of such a big team. And yeah, like I said, I hope I can continue this the coming few years with them and have many good moments to come.
Yeah, well, runner-up in F1 Sim Racing last season. Surely you're aiming to get the championship this year. Speaking of championships, Jonas Martens, 2 championships under his belt as an engineer. He's been with McLaren Shadow, and he's currently with Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team as an engineer, engineering Nicola Longe and Barry Bromant. Tell us about your story. How did it start for you?
Thank you for the introduction, Jorrit. Very happy to be here. So it all started off back in when my dad started watching F1. He was about 6 when he watched his first race, so it's very long back. He has only missed like a handful of races since he was about 16 years old, so he's always very much been into F1. So when I was a kid, I was used to watch the races on the weekends, and then I used to play a rally game called Colin McRae when I was 3 against my dad on a little wheel on the TV. I think that's where my passion from racing came from. So I started watching a lot of F1, playing a few racing games, and I went to a few of the feeder series races in Zandvoort, like the Easter days and stuff. So I've always loved racing a bit, but my real passion for F1 also started when Max Verstappen joined the sport as a Dutchie. That's always going to be a massive thing. So that's where it all started off.
I think it's beautiful that you can share such a passion with your dad, and I also think it's amazing that that is something that he can support you with. So that's how you got into Formula One. How did you get into F1 sim racing or league racing?
So it all started off back in 2020 in the summer when I started playing F1 on a controller. I league raced a bit. I joined a league called Misfits Racing League, where I also got to know Jorrit. That's also where I engineered him a few times, and my passion for that came along a bit, and I also got my involvement within Sim Racing Center. So it's long back. In the start of 2021, still in the 2020 game, I got a wheel from a friend, started playing a bit more, enjoyed the game, started winning my races in Tier 2 a lot, got a debut in the Tier 1 in that MRL league, where I also won the race. So my passion for racing was very high at that moment. So when the 2021 game came along, I bought more series equipment, where I also turned off a lot of assists. So I got into PSL F2 in my first season, for the people that know. It's the highest level you can drive under the professional esports series in F1, the drivers, and that's really where it all started. I did quite well my first season. I got a win, which kickstarted a lot with a community and friends, and I got to know a lot of people within the higher scene.
That's very cool. So that is your start of league racing, and that kind of sets you up for that esports level. Tell us about that switch to becoming esports and how that experience is for you.
So it started in the start of 2022. I got to know a lot of people through PSGL, which made me good friends with Barry and Nico. So it started off in 2022 when Barry was searching for an engineer for his season. I engineered him for his first race just as a friend, and we went from P7 to P1, which was a very good first impression for the team, of course. So from there the stone started rolling a bit. I helped Barry throughout that season a lot, and I was kind of like his personal engineer, and it was a very successful season. The swap was, in the end, quite tough because it's a very much more pressure scene, so it's quite tough.
I can imagine, I can only imagine. Well, at such a young age, so much accomplishments and such a career already. Surely at that time you're working with school, you're in an esports team. How does that affect your school life and also your mental health?
So the first season that I worked with was with McLaren. I had to balance it quite well with school because it was the first year of my school that I did there, which I had to miss quite a little bit of school for it, where there was a few boot camps going on. So it was at the start of the year, which made me miss a few stones, like the building stones. So I had to recover a bit of that, but luckily school classified the esports as a top sport, which allowed me to take free from school without any major issues. So they were very supportive and very helpful with that. The mental health was a bit interesting because the 22 season I joined very shortly before the season. That wasn't too tough, but after the 22 season, it was a very long off season, nearly 9 months. Nearly 11 months, sorry. So sometimes I kind of missed having like school or like just a normal 9-to-5 job or something where I would have to get out of bed and do something every day. So I got a little bit lazy sometimes, but in the end, with some boot camps and hanging around with good friends, the time went by quite quickly.
I can imagine. What an interesting story about all of this from start to finish. Well, we've talked about your past now, but what's in it next for you?
So after last season with Ferrari, a very successful season where we won the series, I'm with Ferrari for the next year as well. I've had a very good relationship with Barry and Nico. We're very good friends outside of F1 as well, which I think helps with the relationship. So I'm definitely with Ferrari for the next year. Hopefully for many to come, but who knows what's next. But for now, for the foreseeable future, the aim is definitely to win the next F1 championship, which hopefully starts anytime soon.
Amazing, super interesting, Jona. Great to hear from you. This week, we've gathered social media questions on each other's socials. We've prepared some questions, and I want to ask you in the audience if you can prepare some questions yourself that you want to ask to either Jona or Thomas Ronhaar. So think about some questions while we cover some social media questions that we've asked before. Now, Thomas, I want to start with you, a spicy one. The top asked question was, Thomas Ronhaar, did you cheat in 2022?
Well, obviously, yeah. No, joke aside, it was a very hard time because you had all the accusations at such a young age. I think I just turned 17 when it all started, so it was hard to take. But with the right people behind me, including yourself and many others, it was easy, I would say, to get through eventually. Would have liked to have a bit of a shorter time, but yeah, we fight through it, and luckily things are going very strong.
Yeah, I can imagine that's such a hit to take at a young mental age with all those allegations coming out. That must be quite a challenge. Another question that was asked on social media is if there's any pedals that you really recommend for sim racing.
Well, first of all, we use the Fanatec pedals, which in esports has always been the case for many years. So I do recommend the Fanatec pedals for sure. Myself, I am on the V2 pedals, the load cell. You can try and find out what that actually is. Yeah, it's a very good one, a very good baseline, and yeah, Fanatec is a very strong one.
I can understand that. And one other question that was asked was, does purchasing more expensive gear directly make you faster?
It does slightly. You have to look at it a bit differently than others actually think. So basically, if you buy more expensive equipment, it doesn't make you quicker, it makes you more consistent over a lap. It gets you maybe better feeling with the car, and eventually that makes you quicker over a lap.
Cool, thank you very much. Swiftly moving on to some Q&A questions we have for Jona, prepared on social media. Afterwards, we'll be taking some questions from the crowd for both. So, Jona, my question to you is, you had your first championship with McLaren. What made you make that step towards the team that you're currently in?
So I had a very good relationship with Barry, which got me into the team in the first place. But yeah, he made the step to go from McLaren to Ferrari for his own reasons. But I was given the option to follow him, and for me, he was a very good friend. I had to actually think about it more than I'd expect, to be honest, because I really liked the people at McLaren and I loved the environment. But in the end, I thought for me, working with Barry would be a positive environment for me, and also the fact that the Ferrari is the racing dream of any racing lover, to be honest. So in the end, that was how the decision was made.
Yeah, I can understand that. That's a very sensible decision. Another question that was asked on your social media was, we see you traveling so much. We see you in Maranello, we see you in Dubai, we see you going everywhere. Do you still live in the Netherlands? Have you moved out? What is your situation currently?
So yeah, I do still live in the Netherlands. I like to travel. It's where like most of my money goes, definitely. But yeah, I enjoy traveling a lot. I like going to friends because Barry lives in Dubai. I like going to France, to Nico as well. But it's mainly being in Italy. I was in Italy for 90 days out of about a 5.5 month period, so more than half in the season. But in the off season, I'm at home 95% of the time. So I still do live at home, but in the on season, I'm a bit more away than at home.
Well, not a bad place to go to, Maranello. I want to ask you in the crowd, is there anybody that has a question? Please put your hand up if you have any questions in mind that you want to ask either Jona or Thomas. Is there anybody? Any takers, givers? There you go. For who is it? It's for Jona?
Hi Jona. What was your favorite memory of 2022?
My favorite memory? Well, the day where Lando came to the facility for the whole day with us was a really cool memory.
That was a cool experience having him with us for the whole day, also with the actual races, where he was sat right next to me for the race of Mexico. We had a good race. We went from P7 to P2, so I had a good impression there as well. And the other thing is probably the UK pizzas, where we all got ill. The whole team was infected, except one person who did not eat the pizza.
Of course. Thank you. That's a great question. Is there anybody else in the crowd with the question? Is it for Thomas or Jona? Both.
So, so what would you recommend to someone who's starting out to get to where you guys are, or as close to where you guys are? What would be some advice that you would give? Question to both of you.
Can you repeat the question louder?
Is that okay? Hello?
Yes.
Better? Okay, sorry. What advice would you give to someone that is starting out to reach the level that you guys are at, maybe in terms of engineering, but also on the driving side as well?
Let's start with Jona.
I think in terms of engineering, it's a lot of connections as well. I think having a strong relationship with your driver is probably one of the main parts, because it improves your relationship, because the mental health of the driver is probably 90% of the performance in the actual season, especially in a LAN environment where everything is so shortly based. I think connections and building a relationship with a certain driver is definitely a strong recommendation.
Cool.
To answer that, I echo the first part of Jona. You need to have a lot of connections, a lot of friendly connections within many people. But just doing league racing and just keep driving, eventually people will notice you're up there quite a lot. For me, it started in Xbox back when I was in FRA in 2019 until 2021. That's when Voloce came around the corner and asked me in 2021 to move to PC and do PS show in the highest tier possible. And that's pretty much how it went. You need to have, of course, good connections, but you need to also perform at the highest level to be seen.
I think that's a very great question. Thank you very much. I'm wondering if we have anybody else in the crowd that has a question. Please step forward. There you go, sir.
It's a two-part question. First one for Jona. What would you say the challenges or the difficulties are for esports engineering versus kind of real-life motorsport engineering?
So I think definitely in esports what defines more is the setup, of course, is important to get it nailed in with the drivers, but I think the main thing is to make sure the driver is comfortable. I think having the driver in the right mindset is very important for in-session performance, and also the fact that in esports it's such thin margins. It can be 50 thousandths, which defines P1 or P16 in a qualifying, which could make the difference between being out in Q1 or potentially making it to Q3.
Thank you. And the second question is for Thomas. What does the back of Jarno's car look like?
Well, finally you asked that. Well, it looks, when you're behind him, it looks quite massive. But it's, we have good panels on track for sure, which eventually has a lot of fun as well on track, off track as well. People might think it's different. Me and Jan have obviously had the past that many people know about, but in reality, when you meet all the guys IRL, you're all friendly together, you're hanging out together, and yeah, off track and on track is very fun.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. That is a well-asked question, considering we have that Kick F1 esports engineer in the crowd over there. Is there anybody else that has a last question over there? This is a well-known man in the F1 sim racing scene, Nathan Richards.
Question for both Jona and Thomas. How much does league racing prepare you for esports?
Pretty much all. If you're not doing league racing, then of course your racecraft, first of all, will be let down. Because if you're doing league racing, you're mainly competing against the guys you actually playing against in esports. I would say nearly 80% of the drivers you race against all the time are in esports, which obviously adds, first of all, a lot of testing. For league racing, you need to be on it straight away because you don't want to lose your rhythm for esports. So if you're not doing league racing at all, apart from I think Freddie Rasmussen, he just doesn't really care what he does. Yeah, there's plenty of guys that are doing this purely because they want to just keep in it, because you don't want to lose the momentum.
I definitely think league racing is very important. You need to find a good balance between what you want to show, what you don't want to show. because sometimes, like last year, we felt bad. We sandbagged a little bit in the preseason with Barry and Nico. This year again, we're struggling a little bit more than last year. We're still doing well. I think it's really important also for the confidence of a driver. If you have a very good preseason, we saw this in 22 for Barry and Lucas, who worked together. They both dominated the PSGL season, which prepared them into the esports season, where they straight away got off to a good start, and both did really well. I think it's also fundamental for testing stuff. Like more than half the races, I'd say, are usually experimental strategies and stuff. So it's good to get your knowledge up before the actual season, because you don't want to go into that without knowing what's going to happen if you do a certain thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. What a really cool, nice panel we had there. Thank you very much, guys. I think it's the only, esports and sim racing is the only place where you can be asked how much you make, and it's acceptable. But here we are. Anyway, we've got ourselves another panel at 1 p.m., which is in about 40 minutes' time, where we have Conspit coming up here, giving us some of their exclusives, and they're going to do a product launch, not project, product launch. So make sure that you come back with some drinks and snacks, and you can enjoy the next panel. See you then.
Hi, everybody. Hi. This is Matze live from the ADAC SimRacing Expo, and we're coming up next with a super interesting company from China called Conspit. I'd like to introduce you to Young and Edward coming up here with a world premiere right after a short little video. Enjoy.
To compete in the real race, prove everything on the track, and continue to pursue the everlasting racing glory as your routine. A single clack of your wheel. The passion is engaged. All you have to do is to commit, to feel the grip in your hand, to perform every precise entry, to deliver the perfect friction circle, and to master the art of driving. You may ask, where's my race crew? And I would say, leave it to Conspit. RS, the wheelbase that was built to master the competitive sim racing scene. With its powerful skew pole motor and high-precision optical encoder, RS delivers an unparalleled driving experience with highly detailed force feedback. 290 GP, deemed to become the true next generation. It breaks the planar constraints through a unique 3D ergonomic design and redefines everything about the Formula steering wheel, featuring a full carbon fiber front housing, ensuring a light yet ultra-rigid experience. The MagFlip rocker-type paddles achieve the same functionality as Formula One setups. The CDP system will push your performance to the next level. Focus and execute the agile maneuver, all within just a blink of an eye. With this zealous combination of Aries and 290 GP, the roar of the road thrills both your hands and soul. Introducing HAO. It's all about breaking conventions. The very first wheel hub to feature full molded carbon fiber housing, intending to match the extreme rigidity and lightweight requirements of race engineering in order to unleash the full potential of racing performance with optimal functional solutions. We're giving HAO the swift triggers, the bi-directional agile paddles to further expand the control boundary. 3 styles of wheels are setting a new standard of ergonomic design. We've studied every hands-on characteristic and grip habit of different drivers to heed the urgent call from within. Push to the limit, and then tangle with gentleness. On CPP Evo, you will feel the smooth excellence. It starts with the 2nd generation of Conspit hydraulic system, a sensational brilliance to endure the race, and more premium evolution is engaged. Now, guess who's in the spotlight? CPP Lite, the star of the show. It's a hit, a kingpin, and a master. Racing is not just about winning trophies. Sometimes it's flashy. Sometimes it can be intense. But always, it's definitely for fun. Whatever style you want, it's solid. You say stylish? Of course, it's Conspit. Immerse yourself in effortless focus and race beyond. When the lights fade out, for those about to enter the track, we salute.
Hello everyone, I'm Edward, the founder and president of Conspit. And I'm very happy to be here with all of you to attend our brand's launch here today. This is such an exciting moment for us as we share our journey and the incredible innovation we've been working on. Conspit was founded back in 2020, based in Shanghai with one clear mission: to build the most immersive and authentic sim racing experience out there. We are passionate about what we do, and that passion is what drives us to keep innovation, to keep pushing the limits of what's possible. From sim competitions to the professional motorsport scene, and even simulators for vehicle development. Whether it's our newly launched wheel-based systems, hydraulic pedals, and our immersive GT and Formula rigs. Everything we create is designed to replicate real-world racing conditions with absolute precision. Our goal is to introduce at least one new innovation with each of our products. Continuously pushing ourselves to explore new frontiers, we believe this will also allow our customers, both professionals and enthusiasts, to push their limits and enhance their skills. In short, we've got something for every racer out there. Now, I'll hand this over to our CTO, Stephen Young, who will take you through the core technology behind Conspit.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yang, and currently serve as the Chief Technology Officer in Conspit. And now I'm gonna first tell you a bit more about our core technologies here happens in Conspit. So basically, let's talk about the hydraulic brake system, which at the beginning of our journey back in 2020, when we start our business and our company, we have our CPP model, which is the first hydraulic brake pedal set in Asia. And it is trusted by over 90% of the domestic professional drivers in China. And by the end of 2023, we have our 1.5 generation of hydraulic system. And we have put it in CPP Lite, which have enhanced hydraulic performance, and all the refinements happens here. And I believe the CPP Lite is some friends have get to know us, and their first product from Conspit. And in this year, 2024, we have the latest generation of our hydraulic system, which is the second generation, and it is called the CPP Evolution. So it features a dual stage of hydraulic system, which means that you have basically two stages of hydraulic pedal feel. The first stage is softer, and the last stage is more stiffer. It's intended to simulate the real working condition on the real race car's caliper, when you will have first to push the piston to its position, then you will have the calipers to lock the disc to let the car to stop. So that's the Evo, and people, all of our friends, you can try everything on our stand there. And next is what we are particularly proud of and deeply grateful for. It's our extensive racing network. We've had the opportunity to work very closely with many professional drivers, including Lauren Heinrich, and he's leaving, but he will do a quick film of the brand and all the cooperation with Conspit. So we had the opportunity to work closely with him. So each of the professional drivers is helping us to create an authentic driving experience. So we want to make sure that each of our products are refined by the expertise they've been for years in the industry. So it's not just about the experience that we are facing. we treat our testing of the products like the real endurance race. So in racing, basically, the durability and the rigid is everything, and we brought that mindset into our development. It's about delivering both experience and the rock-solid reliability in the sim racing gear. And finally, for our core technologies, I believe is our focusing on the racing ergonomics. So that one will ensure that our products not only perform well, but also fit the natural movement of the human body. So let's dive deeper into our racing ergonomics. So the first one is that for the driving position, the driving posture ergonomics, and also we have the grip dynamics design. We've made extraordinary effort on how things work in the field of ergonomics. So while sticking to the core ergonomics principles, we also embrace bold innovations. You can see here, it's the latest model which called 290GP wheel, and it features a 3D control layout, which the buttons on the plate is not identical in the plate, but it's redirection in the 3D dimension. So I'm confident that with all this effort, this will all enhance the efficiency and comfort of the drivers' interaction with all the control components, ultimately boosting the overall performance and competitive. And let's take a moment to walk through of our product roadmap and highlight some key milestones of Conspit and what have shaped us. In 2020, the first one is CGP pedal set. And following up, we have the CBP hydraulic pedals. And we also do a lot of rigs and stands, both GT style, and you can see also we have the Formula posture style one on it. And also we have exclusive GT stand for little kid to have them start their racing career in a young age. And in 2023, we have our CPP Lite, which is the star of the show. And F-Sync Motion is used to be mounted on the Formula cockpit for the motion platform. And by now, this year, 2024, we have two of our main products to be launched here. The first one is our VRS wheelbase, and the second one is the 290GP steering wheel. So we'll talk about it in a deeper and later. And here is our brand partner, Lauren Heinrich, and he will support us on every aspect, and he's about to leave, so he will not join you guys, but there's a little film after our presentation of the products. So, and he have already done some reference lab on our stuff, so you can try to beat him and win something from us. Now let's delve deep into the star of our today's show, the VRS wheelbase. So first of all, we have asymmetric dual processing. What does it mean? It means that we are using a two processor of the whole control system. One for the motor control and one for the main control, the protocols and other stuffs connecting with the PC to ensure a stable communication and all the calculations happening in our force feedback. And we also, really important is that we are adopting a really high resolution optical encoder, which is 23-bit, and with an angle resolution of less than 0.01, which is really, really high. And you can actually feel the difference, how smooth it will become. And we are using stable data communication, which come from the slip ring to establish the communications between the wheel and the wheelbase. And we trusted and we believe that we show our respect to all the developers of the racing simulators. They have done a lot of things on the vehicle dynamics. They have all the things to be done in modeling. So what we are going to do, or the basic concept of our RS wheelbase, is to create the genuine feedback from the game first feedback. So as you can see, here's a chart. And on the chart, there's 2 lines. The pink one is the output torque generated by our motor. And the cyan line is the first feedback, which requested by the game. You can see how much these 2 lines are synced together. It's a good indication if you want your wheel or your wheelbase to perform exact how the game wants the wheel to rotate or turn or give you some later torque. And about the motor inside of our wheelbase, we have developed this one from 0 to 1, which is specifically designed for the sim racing setup. We have a lot of things to be clear that. The first one is we have our screw pole motor on both stator side and both the rotor side. So it will eliminate the torque clogging effect to the minimum. And also we have the segmented static core. So we will have the ultra, which is the torque density will be very high. It makes the whole size of the RS to be really, really compact. And what's more, we also do some actual testings and all the optimization on the thermal management of our system. So as you can see, here's another chart for our endurance test. We are doing it at full capacity, which on the RS, which is 10 Newton meters, and RS Platinum is 18 Newton meters. We are running it on this full capacity with 4 hours of endurance test, and its temperature control and temperature rise is just as stable as what we want it to, because in a long stint, you will have your motor running like 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. You don't want to lose any of the first feedback detail or the maximum strength of your wheel generated, because it will eventually it will affect how you perform your lap time. So the endurance and the thermal management is essential. And we have done a lot of actual testing. What does it mean? What's the force rejecting? Is that we are adopting a dynamic torque sensor inside the wheelbase and the wheel side, so we can actually test how our motor is performing. Like, we wanted to have 15 Newton meters, but how do we know it actually generated 15? So we have the sensor to test it and to show how the things have done for me. And here is another chart, and as you can see, there's another 2 lines, maybe too much lines today. And the cyan one is the measured torque from the sensor, and the orange one is the output torque, which is indicated by the current in the motor. And current will transmit it into the torque. So we can see how the actual torque and we ask torque is aligned. And from the line, it's basically identical. So that's also a good indication of everything. And for RS, another thing worth mentioning is that we have our CDP quick release system, which we have developed by our own self, and definitely the high strengths, because we are using 7075 high-grade aluminum alloy for all the CNC machining. So first of all, we have the high-strength rim, which is a clasp mechanism to hold and transfer all the torque load generating from the motor side. And in the meanwhile, we have the steel balls to take over the axle locking, the longitudinal locking of your wheel. So they are working separately and independently, so to make sure there's zero play even after a long term of use. And it's time for me to introduce the 290 GP to all of you guys. And we also have beat lowering activities, so everyone can enter at our stand. We have the gift. If you beat Lauren Heinrich in the Nürburgring GP, you will win this wheel. So come by and do some laps on it. So first of all, for 290 GP steering wheel, we have a carbon fiber molded, compression molded carbon fiber front plate, which is ultra light and rigid. For the appearance of this steering wheel, we opted for the forged carbon, and it's the first layer of the carbon fiber prepreg. And inside, we have 10 to 12 layers of unidirectional prepreg, which make the strengths and all the mechanical characteristics. So it will look good, but it will also perform well and ultra light. A very important thing for this wheel is that we are actually adopting a 3D Asetek, which is a 3D control layout. And to have all these buttons pointed to the direction of your thumb. When your thumb is moving without leaving your grip, to like when you're having in this position, and then your thumb will move to another button. When you move from one to the other, it will be really, really comfortable for you to do. And as I said before, we focus a lot on the ergonomic things. So what we are doing here to the hand grip is that we are made it to support a lot of the gripping styles. It's suitable for both two-finger style and three-finger grip styles. And also we have a segmented gripping area to hold, to match the curvature of the human hand. And also we have the lower grip contour design, which is especially compatible with the palm steering, which means that when you are entering some corner and people tend to use their palm to stick to the bottom side of the wheel and use their palm to steer. And about the modular buttons, what we are doing is that we are making each of the buttons to be one module to make it more stiff, and also the clasp and the click and the tactile feedback is what we are aiming for. And these are all customizable RGB lighting, which is also supporting the telemetry settings here. You can actually set up like a TC or ABS triggering on each of these LEDs, so you can have them to be indicated on the buttons. And what's more, this is rocker type paddle shifters, or what a lot of you will call this butterfly type. Is that we are adopting from the real Formula racing cars, and we also have redeveloped it to be more tactile feedbacks. Inside, we have the magnetic feedback. So it's about combining the rocker type functionality with the robust feedback of magnetic shift pedals. And that's all for the 290 GP. So everybody just come by to our stand, try to beat Lauren Heinrich and win your 290 GP here. And now I'm gonna send it over to my pal, Edward, and he have some special surprises for you guys. Welcome him.
Thank you, guys. So finally, I think the most exciting thing is, I think it's the price. So here is the price, as you can see, it's the wheelbases and the steering wheels. But now it's the SimRacing Expo. So SimRacing Expo always have some discount. So yeah, that's the surprise price for SimRacing Expo. The RS Platinum 18 Nm wheelbase, 879 euros. RS 10 Nm wheelbase is only 589 euros. And 290 GP Formula wheel is only 779 euros. And HAO, the full carbon, is full carbon okay? It's only 628 euros. And the quick release system is only 99 euros. And that's not the end, okay? If you get a bundle, we will have the lowest price of the bundle. RS Platinum wheelbase plus 290 GP Formula wheel and quick release is only 1649 euros. And RS Platinum 18 Nm wheelbase, HAO hub with ring, and the quick release is only 1429 euros. RS wheelbase 10 Nm base plus 290 GP Formula wheel and quick release is only 1389 euros. I think it's a quite cheap price. RS 10 Nm wheelbase, HAO hub with rim and quick release is only 1,149 euros. It's an amazing price, I think. So, and we've got some rewards here. And show me the video, please.
So I'm here at the SimRacing Expo. As you saw in my previous story, I just set a lap time in the simulator, Nürburgring in the Porsche Cup. I set a lap time of 2:05.81. Now it's your chance to try and beat the lap time, and in the end, you can win one of these steering wheels.
So as you can see, Lauren Herrick has made a very quick lap on Nürburgring, and someone can beat him. You can win the 290 GP steering wheel, which is 899 euros. Yeah. So at the end of the brand's launch, we've got another surprise. As we told, to celebrate the launch, we're hosting a special giveaway. One lucky attendee will get a chance to win a 290 GP. So yeah, one of you will win a 290 GP wheel, and I'll let my colleague. So let's make it. Can you see your number on the right corner of your flyer? Can you see? Yeah. So remember the number, okay? So let's do it. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's the number? Who's 155? Not attend? So 3 times, okay? 3 times. Another time, yeah. Who's 361?
361 was the lucky one? Whoa. 2 times, the last times, okay?
The last times, okay?
Last number is 411. Okay.
So why don't you come and attend?
Okay,
yeah.
we cannot compete the game again. So 411, please connect to us in 15 minutes. Otherwise, we will redo it in our Discord community. Let my colleague.
Okay, so if there's no number, so we just repick in our Discord channel, okay? Thank you, guys. Enjoy the expo.
So you can just join our Discord. We will repeat this game until the winner come, okay? So Discord, what's the Discord community? You can come to our booth to scan the QR code. We will continue to this join game until the winner comes, okay? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, well, that was absolutely nuts there, the ending. But yeah, Conspit have arrived. Fair play. The price ranges there for the products were quite exceptional. If you are in the hall here and you want to go and see their stand, you can't miss it. There's a bright orange Aston Martin GT car there. So yeah, get yourselves involved, have a look, and you can maybe win yourself a wheel worth about 900 euros. Next up then, we will have a history and the future of VRS. We will have Alex Mungov and George Georgiev that will be getting involved on the stage. So that will be in about 30 minutes time, so get yourself some drinks, get some snacks, and you can enjoy our next panel. See you then.
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands, from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Hi everybody in the Livestream, hallo zusammen, herzlich willkommen an der Bühne der ADAC SimRacing Expo. Es geht jetzt um das, was alle Rennfahrenden gerne wollen, nämlich schneller werden. So, now it's about what everybody wants to achieve behind the steering wheel of a SimRacing rig, getting faster. So thankfully, the Virtual Racing School is here for us with their slogan, Get Fast Faster, and they give us a brief insight into their hardware and also into their academy, coaching and telemetry to improve your driving. So everybody have a close look and listen closely. Here are Alex Mungov, CFO and COO, and also George Georgiev, CTO of Virtual Racing School. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, good to have you here. Thank you for having us as well. So we're known as VRS or Virtual Racing School. It doesn't matter. These days it's more VRS than Virtual Racing School. So today I'm going to kind of show you about the background of the company, who we are, how did we came to be the company we are today, and here's the presenters, and quickly company overview. So people don't know, but we've been out here for about 8 years now. And in the last 4 years, we've been doing hardware, but before that, we started pretty much coaching and telemetry. That's how much our sales are right now. Like, majority of our sales are hardware, and then the different circles represent the volume of our business. As you can see, hardware is our #1, and then telemetry, coaching, software, it's all VRS. And we're a global company. Everything started in the USA, and then we slowly started doing sales in the United Kingdom. We have office, a warehouse in Ireland, Australia. As percentage, most of our sales are split between Europe and the USA. George, talk about coaching for us.
Okay, so first of all, is everyone having a nice expo? Are you excited about the stuff you're seeing here? Awesome. All right, so we started with very few coaches actually. Like, I think we had 5 at first or something. Maybe it was less than that even. So we started with a very small contingent of people that were very good at iRacing, were very good at sim racing in general, and we wanted to get their talents up to everyone. So what we did, once we saw that that formula is working, and we'll show you in a bit how that formula actually works exactly, we started getting more and more, and at this point we have, I don't know, like we say 80 plus, but it's probably more than that at that point. So one thing we saw was a problem for people was, like, there's all this sim racing hardware and software information and all of the stuff that you need to get working together in order to be good. And we really believe that the coaches are the first step to getting you faster. Like the coaches are the people that have gone through that grind before and know how to fight all of those small problems and find every single one of those milliseconds you're chasing around the track. But the thing we noticed about coaching is that people are like, you don't really want to find a coach and work with them and like spend time and so on, because you need to contact them. You need to spend. It's basically a barrier to entry where you want to stay on your own PC, like not have to deal one-on-one with a person. So that's why we started our driver development program, Team VRS. It's very new. We're still working on perfecting it, but the idea there is we offer you group coaching at a very low price. So that everyone can get started with this and get faster properly, learn, avoid all of the pitfalls that other people might fall into when they start racing. So check it out, check out the QR code, join up, see how it works, and the more, like, the other stuff, like on the Get Faster site, we were going to see in a moment, but it's a SimRacing Expo. I know you're all here to see hardware, so let's talk about hardware a bit.
All right, so let me talk a little bit about what we currently sell, then what is going to be coming next. So 8 years ago, when we started working on VRS, it was a private company, still is a private company. It's founded and it's built by a guy who wanted to be a Formula 1 champion. That was his goal. He dreamed always to be a Formula 1 champion. So it started as a hobby, and he said, I'm gonna make this product better. whatever it's on the market 8 years ago, I can do better. And that's how it started. So the whole goal was we're gonna build this for pro racers, you know? And it, of course, started with a motor, the direct drive, you know? So this is our current 20 Newton meter wheelbase. So everyone does wheelbases, but how are we different than the competition, you know? And we claim we're different. So we believe our 20 Newton wheelbase can sustain 20 Newton meters for more than half an hour. Now, other companies, I don't want to call any names out, but other companies, I don't think they can sustain their claims. That's the difference with VRS. So we've tested competitors, and some of them don't even get to what they're selling their wheelbases, you know. Some say 9 Newton meters, other 12, other 15, but they reach that level for maybe a few seconds, if even. And we claim we can sustain 20 Newton meters for a very long time. Enough of that, click on the QR code. There is a lot more on the website about our product. Then the other thing that we're known is the pedals, right? We have some reviewers that say those pedals is all you need. They're highly adjustable, highly customizable. You know, the idea is that you buy them once and you don't have to upgrade. Slowly in the future, we're going to start providing upgrades. We get a lot of questions. Are we going to make active pedals? Are we going to make smart pedals? The goal will be, yes, absolutely we'll make those. The goal will be to make those upgradable and maybe introduce even new products in the future. And the steering wheel. You know, with the steering wheel, initially when we released it a few years ago, we kind of missed the mark. But now we're making some corrections. What is the unique thing that you cannot see on this slide about the steering wheel is that it's made from a very high quality materials. You can invest in this wheel and you use it for maybe anywhere between 3 to 5 years, if not even more. It's made of a high quality materials. The buttons are high quality aluminum. You know, it has funky switches. It has all the basic features that any professional sim racer would need. And now we also offer a full SimRace solutions, and that's like a few renders of the current offerings that we have. I'm not going to go into much details. You can definitely click on the QR code and kind of visit our website, and you can customize your own rig. So where VRS is going, until now we were very much built by pro racers for pro racers. Now we're kind of moving towards the mid-level and the entry-level market. We want to make it for any sim racer. That's the goal. We want to make it accessible for everyone. So what that means that we're going to introduce products that are going to be much cheaper, still we're going to maintain our quality, but it's going to introduce things that are going to be accessible for the entry-level folks, and you can grow into be a pro level with our products. So with that being in mind, it's a great segue to introduce you something new. So this is our current wheelbase that we sell currently as 20 Newton meters. But starting today is the day, we made some changes, and now the 20 Newton meter wheelbase is upgradable. That means you can buy it at 6 Newton meters for a fraction of the price. And as you decide to go more Newton meters, more power, you can upgrade it. So you start at 6 Newton meter, then you can upgrade to 9, 12, 15, and 20. How great is that? I mean, think about it. If you go on the market and you buy a 6 Newton meter wheelbase, down the road, maybe 6 months from now, maybe a year, you decide, all right, I want to go bigger. I want to go 12 Newton meters, let's say, right? So you have to sell your old wheelbase. You got to buy a new wheelbase. Not anymore. With ours, you can simply upgrade. It's going to be the same hardware. It's essentially a software upgrade. You just pay the difference in the price. So what does that to you? Well, it's a good investment. That's one thing. So right here, we're introducing the prices today. If you click the QR code, you can absolutely go to the website, and you're going to see we have a We have a 6 Newton meter, 9, 12, and 15 and 20. And the way the upgrade works, you can buy, let's say, 9 Newton meters at $499, and then a few months later, you can decide to upgrade, so you just pay the difference. So that will be, in this case, 100 euros. How great is that? All right, I'll let George talk a little about telemetry.
Okay, so did everyone get a look at the QR code? Like, that's the important part. Should we turn back the slide for a while? No? You all got it. Okay. Oh, you didn't get it. Okay. All right, so while you're getting that, like, of course, hardware is why we're all here at the SimRacingExpo at a physical place. But you don't get good just with hardware, right? It's not enough to have the best hardware. It's not the wheelbase, it's the sim driver, if we want to steal a quote from a movie. So how do you get better, actually? How do you get better in sim racing, and how do you do it fast? Well, what we set out to do in 2014 and like afterwards was answer a very simple question with software. How did I drive that lap? You've all had it, right? Like everything works out, like you hit every apex, like you win a few seconds here and there, and then you can't do it again. Like what did you do to make yourself run that great lap? So what we did was implement a telemetry collection software. A lot of you are at the SimRacingExpo, so you know what this is about. We allow you to just drive as you normally do, while our uploader uploads the data to the cloud. Once that data is uploaded to the cloud, we automatically generate comparisons for you, and I'll explain about what we compare you to in a bit, but we generate comparisons for you either to your own data or other stuff, and there you can see what did my fast lap do? What did I do at that turn? Where did I press the brakes? Why did I lose some time on that lap? Everything is available over here for you to spend the time after the session and figure out how to get faster. It's all about shortening that feedback loop, because you have that feedback loop when you're driving, and you know you did a good lap only when you finish the lap. And on the next session, you don't know if you do a good lap or not, but as long as you check back every time with your telemetry, you'll see where you made the mistakes, where you didn't make a mistake, where you did well, where you did poorly. So that's probably the main selling point we started with when we were starting stuff out initially. But what did we see? Well, if you're like me, you never had a good lap. So how do you compare, like how do you get better actually if you don't know where to start, if it's hard to do a good lap? Like how do you win by analyzing just yourself? And the answer is you don't analyze just yourself. That's why those coaches we mentioned earlier are great for developing your skills, because we collect their data as well, and they create our data packs, which contain their telemetry so that you can study against someone who's actually good and see how to win those seconds in the corners that matter. And this is something that the software does automatically for you. You just drive your laps, open the website, and you see that comparison. You see how much you can get better just by comparing to that coach. So that means we have, like I said, 99 plus data packs. There are probably 100, and those are just on the current season in iRacing. We have a bunch of other data packs from the previous years you can compare to against as well. There's like thousands of hot laps. Like, what do I mean by a hot lap? Like, it's video and telemetry. It's a recording of where the coach drove, how they drove, and the data attached to it, so that you can see exactly what they did on that turn. And you can analyze against yourself, you can analyze against them, and that's what we call our get fast, faster loop. This is what allows you, and we have the data on this. Like, we see, not just the data, like, to hell with the data. I talked to a bunch of you right now on our stand, and you guys said that. Like, you said, the moment I started using the telemetry, I won a couple of seconds on that track that I was struggling with. So we know this stuff works. And there's so much more. Like, you can also get into a team with guys you trust and, like, race with them, compare to them. We have a stint analyzer. We have the Team VRS program. There's so much more in the software. We're not advertising it well enough, but there's so much more to see. So if you guys want to see more, if you guys want to see stuff that maybe you missed when you were using VRS, if you're already a user, come over to the booth, we'll show you some stuff. But of course, again, it's a hardware expo, so let's talk about the new and exciting stuff that's coming.
So what do you think is coming, guys? What's next for us? So we've been kind of listening to our Discord channel, to our customers, to our clients, to our professional sim race drivers. We also have a lot of real life race drivers as well. And one thing they said, your pedals are amazing. They're so responsible, they're so consistent. Consistency is so important, but how can we do them better? And that's the answer. We're gonna introduce dampers. So the dampers are gonna be what you see on the screen. They're gonna be released probably in the next couple months. They'll be on sale just on time for Christmas, you know. So that's our major upgrade to the pedals. The dampers probably gonna be followed by making them smart pedals, but we don't have a timeline yet for that. Hopefully less than 6 months or about a year, we'll make them smart pedals. The next, so we're introducing a new wheelbase. You know, this one is gonna be a 15 Newton meter wheelbase that is gonna, right now the current wheelbase is 20 Newton meters, but it has a controller that is outside of the wheelbase. This one has a controller inside. The only thing that you don't see here is gonna be the power brick, that's it. And this one has also a build-our QR on it, and it's gonna be the energy QR where you can essentially, no cables, you just put your wheel and you can drive. And of course we have a new steering wheel that is gonna be for the entry level and the mid-level drivers. And what is gonna be unique about it, it's all the features that we're introducing. You've been asking us, we want some lights, we want some proximity sensors, we want some encoders. Well, here we go. So the cool thing about this is gonna be high quality material, again, the same amazing grips that everyone loved on our other wheel. And I mean, I get that question a lot. How much it's gonna be? We're not gonna let you know yet, you have to wait. So we're gonna start taking orders for the steering wheel early November or mid-November. So it's coming pretty quick, and make sure you subscribe to our channel and make sure you follow us for the release of this amazing steering wheel. Oops. So we're gonna talk a little bit about the upcoming software updates.
Yeah, so you already got what we're going to be developing. So you've been asking us a lot for this, and iRacing are offering it, and it's about time we start offering it. We're starting to offer 360 Hertz force feedback for iRacing, probably coming to other simulators at some point too. We'll get to that point in a bit. So this is in development. We're expecting this to be released probably with the next iRacing build. It's pretty certain that we're going to have it by then. So this is on our existing wheelbases. Obviously, it's going to work on our upcoming wheelbases. It's going to work on the upgradable torque wheelbase as well. The upgradable torque wheelbase is just the V1 wheelbase that starts at a lower price. So this is going to run on all of our hardware properly. The other thing that I've already shared with some of you already on our booth is like I said, I want us to get that feedback loop shorter. Like again, how do you get faster? You get fast feedback on how well you're doing. So what do we want to do? We want to integrate the telemetry real time. And when I say telemetry, I mean the analysis. I mean get some overlays which will help you learn the track, and get some overlays which will help you analyze right inside the simulator, right inside iRacing. But it's not just iRacing. We know that this formula works, and if it works for iRacing, it's gonna work for the other sims as well. So that's why we're switching to multi-sim support. We're developing this right now. And I'm guessing you guys are gonna ask, what are those other sims? And I'll say, tell us, what do you wanna drive? Like, what else do you want to get analysis on to get faster? Is it Assetto Corsa? Is it R-Factor? Is it something else? Come over and tell us. The booth is over there. I'd love to get your feedback. Like the thing that we're basing our entire future on is getting feedback from all of you and doing the stuff that you actually want us to do. Not just figuring out something on our own. Sure, we'll have our own stuff, but come over and tell us, participate in our Discord channel, and we want to make this like a pattern of continuous improvement. We want to, and I'm serious about this, I want us to release new software like every week, every day if possible, but every day is gonna be a bit hard. But we want to release new updates every week, and we're gonna do it based on your feedback. We'll see what you use, what you don't use, and then we'll focus on the stuff that you really like. So what about the future, Alex?
What about the future? All right, so this is how we currently are, you know, hardware, coaching, software, telemetry, and it's amazing in that right in the middle where everything kind of crossroads, but can we do it better? And I think we can, and that's gonna be the future. That's gonna be the future where we're gonna try to integrate the hardware, telemetry, coaching, and software. So what I mean by this, I mean, we're one of the few companies that don't make only telemetry, don't make only hardware. We actually do both, you know, so we want you to be able to use your hardware in real time, be able to get coaching, get telemetry, get feedback with just a few pushes on the button on your wheel. That's gonna be the goal. What about expansion? New hardware categories. You know, we talked a little bit about what's coming up. We also want to connect the real life racing with sim racing. I think that's very important, and I think that's where Team VRS is gonna go. So Team VRS right now, it's essentially a group coaching, but we are working on creating a few locations, one in the US, one in Spain, and one in Germany, where we can have also a real-life coaching, real-life racing coaching. So if you participate in Team VRS, you'll be able to essentially be able to subscribe or be able to, you know, win or be able to get some points. That's gonna send you for a weekend for a real-life coaching on the actual track with an actual race car. I think that's pretty exciting. I mean, I tried it myself not too long ago. We went to Sonoma Raceway, we raced, we did some sim racing after that, and it helped me tremendously. So we want to make sure that every one of you can get that experience as well. And I think George is going to talk a little bit about One Sim Racing.
Yeah, so how does all of this work? Like, how do we get all of that integration, like getting everything together? Some of you have already seen the One Sim Racing app. Like, this is only some of the stuff that's upcoming for it. But the One Sim Racing app really wants to be One Sim Racing. We want to do one app that handles everything. We want to handle the telemetry, we want to handle the overlays, we want to handle all of your hardware. We want to automate a lot of stuff relating to how you configure your wheelbase, for example, or your pedals and so on. Like, some of you already told me right here on the Expo, like, it would be nice if I could get profiles from other people. So One Sim Racing is going to be that thing as well. It's going to be your one-stop shop for doing everything you need to be doing in sim racing, whether it's going to be configuring hardware or getting coaching or getting overlays or getting telemetry or maybe even looking for new hardware products. So that's the outlook there, and that's what we want to do to combine all of that stuff together. The name is internal, by the way. This is our development name. We might change it, but it's going to be the same awesome product, and we're working on this every day.
All right, cooperation. As I said, we have this pipeline going on where we have a professional real-life race drivers and we have professional sim race drivers. So we're constantly looking to expand, we're constantly looking to kind of get feedback how to make the sim racing more close to real and the opposite. I mean, these days professional sim race drivers, they train on simulators. So we have some big names, and you guys know the names. I'm not gonna repeat names here. I'm not gonna just name drop, but go check us out. So it again goes with our commitment. We really want to give back to the racing community. We want to make sure that we sponsor sim racing teams. We want to make sure that we invest back and we make the sport better. Well, this is the end of our presentation. I want to thank you all for coming. Come check our website. Come check our booth. Come give it a shot. We have a couple simulators. Come try our products. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, thank you very much there, VRS. That was a very interesting panel there. Lots of new stuff to get our teeth sunk into. Right, just a little reminder that later on at 1600 hours to 4 p.m., we have got the 10 years of the SimRacing Expo, and there is going to be something you do not want to miss, a huge announcement, so make sure you're here for that. But next up, we will have KW and Asher with myself on stage. That will be in about 35 minutes. So again, go get some drinks, go get some snacks, and I'll see you then.
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Test, Test, 1, 2, 3, Test, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Test, Test, 1, 2, 3, Test, Test, 1, 2, 3.
Hi zusammen, herzlich willkommen zurück auf der Bühne der ADAC SimRacing Expo 2024 here in Dortmund. Hi everybody, welcome back live on stage and in the live stream right here of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2024. And without spoiling too much, there are some premium news from the hardware side, product launch. So without further ado, let me introduce you to our guests. Marcel Ertle from KW Automotive and Martin Ascher from Ascher Racing, and of course to our host, not only very eloquent but also very good looking. Here's Luke. Enjoy.
Unbelievable. Thank you very much. That's not what he says in private, I can assure you. But hello, welcome back. We have got ourselves another panel here. We have got ourselves Marcel here, of course, and we've got Martin, who will now talk us through some of the new hardware that they've been producing. But first of all, let the people at home and who are watching here know who you are.
Yeah, hi Luke, thanks for having us. I'm Martin Ascher, the founder of Ascher Racing. I'm doing this for 10 years, so it's not the first expo for us. And I'm developing the product, and I teamed up with our partners from KW in 2020 so that I can focus on product development, and Marcel is from KW building and distributing the product.
Yeah, so doing all the marketing stuff. Also sort of arranged getting Martin on here because he didn't want to. But now he's here. We're happy that he is here. And he was able to make it even though he hurt his hip. Yeah, so first off, well, all the wheels you see here, they're based on the McLaren Artura GT4 wheel, like the actual race car wheel. Has been a pretty successful year, 2 stints now, with the actual race car wheel being in the car. No failures so far as I know, right Martin?
Yes, it's like in the real race car with many races and many cars for 2 years without any issues, so the feedback was overwhelmingly like everything just works.
How important is sim racing to real world motorsport, and vice versa? How important is the real world motorsport to help sim racing equipment?
For us, it's important to make the transfer to real racing because our products are built for real racing. So the specification sheets, like the reliability of the products and the harsh environment, we design everything for motorsports in mind, and then make the transition to, it's just the same product. So in the real race car, the communication is of course a little bit different. It's not USB, it's CAN bus, but everything else is just the same. We use the same switches, the same injection molds, everything is the same. So motorsports helps us to legitimize the brand. It's not really to earn money because of the low quantity, but we can, for the motorsport side, it's interesting for them because we cover the development cost and break it down to the much more larger quantities on the sim racing side. And I mean, deal with McLaren is, we like to have such a big brand working with us together. It's we are honored by that.
Right, and well, talking of real motorsports, right? All the esports series, it has been a quite big impact for us. Like Zumwalt Wheels actually made it into F1 paddock, so we're really proud of that. Again, Martin,
yeah, it was quite surprising for us. I mean, when we designed the ultimate steering wheel, we don't want to do any compromise in technique stuff and develop just the best I can come up with. Sometimes you have to stop an engineer because he will go forever, but we finally managed to launch the product, and we are really proud. Just before the product launch, we got contacted by the ultimate sim racer. He's the current Formula 1 champion. He got in touch with us, and a simple message like, when can I buy your wheel? So, of course, we were just having a quick chat. Oh my God, what do? We don't have a wheel to sell him. but of course, I mean, we had late development wheels, which were the same as the production models. So we simply shipped a wheel to him, and that's it. So of course, at that point, no product instruction was ready, no manual. The software side was not 100% polished. So we just shipped the wheel to him. He unboxed it immediately, was very, very impressed and really happy. But of course, it was not 100% self-explaining without any manual at all. And then we had a quick phone call, a few WhatsApp messages, and then he was set up to go. And all I heard was he really, really likes it.
That must have been quite daunting because obviously Max is known for being very, very honest, right? You know, he will give you a genuine opinion. But the product speaks for itself, obviously.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, there were a few things to set up, and he was thinking something doesn't work right, but it was just missing software installation, stuff like that. But yeah, so far, a few weeks after that, he just bought another one because he was setting up his second simulator for the motorhome, and I think some of the viewers saw the Twitch stream and his successful Imola weekend, and he won both races, like the most important Nürburgring 24 hours and the Formula 1 race as well.
Yeah, the only thing that didn't survive was my PC, so that was fun. How important is it for a company such as yourself to have someone like that on board?
I mean, we try to do the very best, and this is like the ultimate outcome for us, because obviously money is not an issue. He could buy any wheel, every wheel, but he chose our wheel, and I got a few WhatsApp messages, and they were all, it's awesome, I like it, and yeah, it's like a really, really big honor for us, and we try to build on top of that in the future.
So obviously we've got some products here. It's not just a wheel, right? You know, you want to try and personalize it for people to have, you know, their own sort of stamp on the wheel. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the funny thing is, like, we launched it as a McLaren esports series. We thought like McLaren would be the name people were wanting for. Like, it is a renowned brand after all, right? But sim races, they're different. So they were like, yeah, why would I buy a wheel with a McLaren branding if I'm racing a Porsche or a Mercedes or whatever? So, you know, licensing so many companies is quite a big deal. So we figured of a different way, and the thing we came up with is basically the wheel being laser engraved with your own logo on top and on the center of the faceplate. So what you're able to do now is basically upload the logo and make it really your own ultimate, the ultimate wheel for yourself, just personal. And yeah,
we were kind of surprised that many customers really disliked the logo. So for us, it was a really nice thing to have a big brand like McLaren as an official partner. But there were a few customers who did not buy the wheel because of that. So we tried to find a solution for that. I mean, now you can buy the wheel and individualize it as to your liking with laser engraved logos. I mean, you can also choose just to have no logo at all if you want that way. You can specify the button colors. If you want to have it all black from the factory, you can do this. And the next step is also we want to make a custom laser engraved button caps. So the buttons that you see here, they are laser engraved by factory. But in case you want to have your team logo as a start button, you can do this as well in the future.
Yeah, no, it's phenomenally important. In real world racing, every Porsche looks the same inside of the car. Every Ferrari looks the same. But if you look at people's sim rigs, there's not one sim rig that's the same as another, right? Everyone's so different at home.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we get crazy requests like, can I have pink wheel grips with a red front plate and stuff like that. I mean, we cannot do anything, not everything, but we can at least hear to the feedback of our customers and improve and offer what we can offer.
I mean, skinning a wheel has been, like, you saw that many times during, like in the industry, there's so many skins, like just wrap going onto it, but having like a really high quality way to doing so is like a next level. So laser engraving a custom logo has been like sort of the holy grail for us in personalizing stuff, and the way we wanted to do it, because Ascher Racing is known for producing high-end and high-quality materials. So we didn't just want to stick with some sort of sticker, and I think the way we come up with it is quite nice. It is durable, because if you want to stretch that, you basically have to rip off the aluminum on top of it. So this is going to last forever.
Yeah, I mean, one point why our customers choose our products, I think one main reason is like the reliability. You don't have a faulty pedal shifter or whatnot, or stickers that peel off. So we try to find the most reliable solution for many years.
So obviously we've got the logos and you can change the color of the buttons, but let's just, you've got carte blanche, right? You guys, I know it takes a long time to develop each and every personalization, but how far could you go with personalization if in a dream world?
One steering wheel for every person, one individual. I mean, if you can wait a couple of years for development, then you can get your own wheel, but I think nobody would be willing to pay for that. Or would you?
I don't know, if you put a couple of Arsenal badges on there, I might be tempted, that's for sure.
Maybe.
You mentioned briefly about the sim racing competition you had this year. Let's talk a little bit more about that so people at home can understand that you do have that sim racing background in terms of competition.
Yeah, I mean, Martin has been a racer all his life, and that's why he started building wheels. And our main goal is to enhance people's pace. And we're doing competitions ourselves privately, but we've been off competitive sim racing for quite a while. And now we're looking into new ways of getting in touch with teams.
Yep. I mean, for product development, it helps immensely if I'm the very first product tester. I have my full-time product testers as well, but anything I do, I'm the first person to review it, and it's good to have people, other opinions and other feedback. But if I do a 24-hour race and after 4 hours in the Nordschleife and my small finger hurts, I might think about improving the wheel grip, or if I can position buttons a little bit better. And that's our approach. Like, the ergonomics are the most important thing, and the design follows that approach. So we don't want to do something that looks good but doesn't work good. We make it, in the ideal world, we do it both. But if we have to do a compromise, we want to have the function as good as possible.
What's been some of the biggest challenges you've had in the last couple of years?
The devil is in the detail. So you wouldn't think how long some problems take to solve. Like super, super detailed problems. I mean, for example, I think we are the only company right now who are building the laser engraved button caps, which you can swap from the outside without opening the steering wheel. And just this small little detail was many, many weeks, if not months, of development, try and error, improving iterations here and there, and everything, making everything work together in the steering wheel package, from 3D to electronics. And I think we found a really good solution for that. And there are countless of examples. I mean, from getting the power consumption right for wireless wheels, up to building test rigs to abuse the product. I mean, there are so many little details. I cannot tell you this was the biggest challenge for us, because everything is a challenge in itself, and combining everything to a finished product, that's the challenge. And for the Artura series, for example, a challenge which looks easy when you see the finished product, but was really challenging in the development process, was to build a complete steering wheel series, which is in harmony together. For example, the Ultimate, including the screen, was the first model I developed, and I didn't want to have a really large steering wheel diameter, so I had to find a way how to fit the screen physically inside. But all the other models had to look good, and the buttons must be in the same position, but a screw moved there, and then everything else has to work still. So it's, if you see the finished product, it's easy, or maybe you can you can think about it like, oh, that's a good solution, but getting there, that's the really challenge. And we try to be innovative and come up with new solutions like that.
Yeah, actually, speaking about challenges, you should tell him the story about Max Verstappen not being able to getting his Ultimate to run because of him.
Yeah, I got a really late WhatsApp call at Wednesday evening before the Imola race weekend. And his team...
By the way, the most stressful week of my life ever.
Yeah.
It was, for all of us, it was a massive event. But
I mean, Atze from Team Redline, he set up the simulator and tested it for hours, and everything was working like brilliantly. No issues at all. And then they shipped it to Imola, set up the simulator, tried to drive a few laps, and the steering wheel was glitching, like disconnecting and whatnot. And I got a call, or I think it was just a WhatsApp video with the wheel on and off. And when Max Verstappen sends you a WhatsApp, you are really nervous, especially if it's your product which doesn't work. And I tried to find the source of the issue with specific questions, and it went back and forth a little bit, but was like the most easy thing and the most obvious thing, and we found the source really quick. It was just a not grounded SimRig.
Just to put into perspective, people who don't know what we're talking about at home, Team Redline, who's Max Verstappen's race team, sim racing team, they took part in the Nürburgring 24-hour, one of the premium racing events in the world of sim racing, but he also raced the Imola GP for Formula 1 on the same weekend and won both. It was the biggest under scrutiny event ever in terms of media. Everyone had their eyes on it. The whole media day in Formula 1 was based around the Nürburgring 24-hour. He was answering questions about that. Even me, as the person who put the stream together, I had ESPN, Sky Germany trying to contact me while the race was happening. It was a phenomenal event, but yeah, a few days before, or pretty much on the day, you receive a WhatsApp and it's like, ah!
Yeah, and it was just a not grounded SimRig, because the PC is on the floor and has a different electrical potential than the simulator, and the static electricity builds up, and the steering wheel is the only thing that connects both. So it was it went off. But then we tried to hold the HDMI cable and grounded it this way, and then the problem went away. So we knew this was the solution. And I think the most funny thing to tell is that the next morning, like 8 a.m. in the morning, we received a WhatsApp picture from Max where he was in a hardware store taking pictures of cables and was asking, can I ground my SimRig with this cable shoe? And yeah, they solved it and everything turned out perfectly fine. And I think the 24-hour race finished while he was racing the wheel race, right?
It finished just as he started the formation lap for the...
Did he get a radio message?
You
just
so,
won.
Yeah, that was the most important race of the day, right? How are you guys feeling during his stints? Because obviously it's a new product, it's something that's not really for the world yet. Like, I'm sure you must have had a sigh of relief once he got out the car for the final time.
Yes, of course. I mean, once it's running, I'm pretty confident in the product, of course, but if you have startup issues, anything can wrong. I mean, you can test just so much, but so far no issues apart from that non-grounded SimRig. But it's, of course, I followed the stream, I followed your PC issues, and yeah, so it was quite a relief that everything went fine.
Yeah, same for us. We were watching a stream. We're crossing our fingers, nothing goes wrong. Also that it doesn't crash or something, because that would have been like, would have been a shame, because racing both events on one weekend, that was such a huge thing, and media was all over it, as you said, like even beforehand. Like, and we were really happy when he won both things. We were like, damn, that is like proper achievement.
Yeah.
It's like, what you call it, triple crown, just for sim racing. It's.
As I said in the stream, I don't believe something of that feat will ever be achieved by anybody else ever.
Yeah.
Like, it's that big of a deal. It was the premium race of that weekend. I think the 24 hours of Nürburgring's biggest challenge, plus winning a Formula 1 race. There's not many people who can say they've done that and won a sim race.
Actually, I went through the Formula 1 calendar and the iRacing calendar and tried to find if there is a double event again.
Well,
but
Hungary was.
Hungary was, yes.
Yeah, there
yes.
was, I think, was it Le Mans?
No. What was it? It was Spa 24.
Spa 24, okay.
Yes.
Another win?
Another win, but I think that time he used, like he didn't win the Formula 1 race, right?
Let's not talk about that one. we forgot about that race. Is there anything else you want to show maybe on the screen, or is there any other points you want to bring up about the new products?
Well, I mean, I could show you, let's see how this works. There we go.
Schlecht.
Well, that has been actually lots of work, like put in, like, I don't know, graphics guys put in 2 or 3 weeks into making that thing. Main reason was we wanted to show like a whole series in one video, and they were like, they were telling us that we're crazy to show all the wheels in one video because it's just too much content, right? But yeah, been using that as an advertisement on YouTube. Quite happy with that. I mean, apart from that, I don't know. I think we've brought a picture of the Ultimate, how it is being. How it can be customized. Nope, there it's gone. Sorry. Yeah, so this is basically it. We already talked about the logo being laser engraved, and I mean something interesting. Like as soon as we announced that, for a lot of content creators around the world, they were all like completely going crazy about it, because having your own logo on there, for them it's like the best thing that could happen, because it's the main thing you see on screen, right? The wheel, it's always in the center of your sim. So what you got here is the wheel from Will Ford, Boosted Media. We are going to send it out to him right after the expo. And yeah, let's hope to see it in many videos of his. So that's going to be quite cool. Also, he asked specifically for this, for the color scheme. So we obviously built that his spec. That's quite nice.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It is available now. You can get yourself some personalized gear. Beautiful stuff. Thank you very much for your time. Really do appreciate it. We are going to be back live again in about 35 minutes, where we will have a huge, huge announcement. You do not want to miss it. We'll see you then.
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Welcome back to the SimRacing Expo 2024. It's now time to reflect on the last 10 years of the SimRacing Expo and maybe to hear the biggest announcement in the company's history.
Yes, it's so crazy. When all the important people are on stage gathering with like smiley faces, I get a good feeling because the announcement might be a good thing actually. So talking about good things is like the most important thing for me is like to get the names straight because there are so many people. So please welcome on stage Michael Wamser, Head of Business Development of Southwest. Steffi Bau, Founder and CEO of Init Esports. Sean Yüksel, he is CEO of Dreamspace LLC. Ascher User is there, also of Dreamspace LLC. Then we have Nadine Wamser, CEO, and Marco Vogt, CEO of Southwest. Yeah, and then there's also Rachel Power, CTO of Init Esports.
There's like 50,000 people up here on stage.
Crazy.
And for once, me and Matza are going to shut up and leave it to the professionals.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well,
What is? No trailer?
do I have the video?
Trailer? No trailer?
Whoever wants.
No, what about
we
the
got it.
trailer?
Well, we got something to show. It's coming
Yeah.
up in a minute.
We first gonna start with the video.
Do we have a trailer?
Everybody that missed
Init
stuff.
Esports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the US at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our US debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the US for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.
Woo!
All right. So hello guys, we are proud to announce that we take the biggest step in the company's history by next year March. So we find amazing partners in North America with Steffi, Sean, Ascher, and all these amazing people. And we will be part of South by Southwest, the biggest B2B festival in the world, next year, beginning of March in Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody know what South by Southwest is?
No?
One there? Nobody? Come on.
We got some Austin people here.
Some Austin people.
We got some Austin people
Well,
here.
for the
Here you
people
go.
that have been in the United States, is one of the biggest entertainment show in all United States. It brings, we saw 220,000 attendees, and it's very important for sim racing and the SimExpo to be there because we're going to be able to open up to a lot of more people our fantastic work.
Yeah, South by Southwest is one of the most iconic festivals in the United States. Actually, what Twitter was launched at some point. A lot of important people come in. There's thousands of panels. It's 2 weekends. We have film festival, music, food, all sorts of technology. Lately, AR and XR has been quite the prominent aspect of things. Gaming. We've been going back and forth with South by team for almost 2.5 months. We will be the only activation that is allowed in South by's history that can house all these brands under one umbrella. On top of it, they're allowing us to open for all the 3 days that we are going to exhibit, not only to 228,000 South by registered goers, but it is going to be open to public. We will also have music festivals around our lawn. We will have a lot of showcases. The event is going to be from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. with DJs and everything. It's going to be a full-on festival, technology, sim, and it's
should we
And
reveal?
also we're going to have a lot of surprises because probably some of you know that Austin is the place where there is COTA, the Circuit of the America.
Yep.
So where Formula One goes, NASCAR goes, and all of that. So we are making a partnership with the racetrack. So anybody that is going to attend SimExpo is going to have the possibility to go to the racetrack and the other way around to really create this pathway from the digital world to the real life world.
Right, and if anybody is wondering why we are wearing these shirts, so it's a small secret, we can lift it today, so we will have a new logo, so this means we are coming over with sim.expo because our DNA is racing for sure, but there are so many simulator clients out there, so this means flying, farming, train, bus, truck, whatever simulations. They are all welcome to join us at South by Southwest Festival. It's a great opportunity for us, for our clients, for our exhibitors, and we have everything ready, so location is booked.
All the partnerships are getting done.
Yep. The deck is ready, and
we may also have a rodeo sim, maybe, hopefully, in Texas. Plus, definitely the best barbecue in the country. So
definitely mark your date, you know, for March 2025.
Right.
13 and 15.
What?
March 13 and 15.
13 to the 15.
Yep.
And you're just going to start to enjoy more of barbecue. So it's going to be a little bit different than the food in Germany. In Texas, we have a lot of barbecue. So that's going to be your choice of meat.
Right. Okay, guys, so thank you for attending our small press release, and looking forward to see or meet you in person in Texas.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
And find
Thank
us
you.
around if you have any questions.
If you have any questions.
Let
Come
us
to
know,
us,
we'll
we
be
will
around.
answer them. Right.
See you in America.
Thank you.
Cool.
They had me at barbecue, to be honest. I'm a big fan of barbecue, so that's going to be great. But there we are. We are going global next year, so make sure that you put that in your diaries. But that is not all for today. We've still got one more treat for you. We've got the Asetek Simsports Community Trophy happening in about 50 minutes. So make sure you go get yourself some beers, and we'll have a great bit of racing for you a bit later on. See you then.
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Now I just ran across the set. I didn't realise we were on at 2:15, avoid top of the hour. We're here. We are here. One more race to go for today's treats, and that is going to be the Asetek Simsports Community Trophy.
Yes. Last final round out of 5, actually. We're all excited and heading over to Alex. So enjoy.
Luke, Mats, thank you so much for the welcome introduction, and welcome to the 5th and final round of the 2024 Asetek Simsports Community Trophy. Of course, we've had 4 rounds so far. We've had different winners, Leon Harhoff, Leonardo Passioni, and Joe Viglione last time out at the Saxon Ring. But we left it up to the community to decide the final racetrack out of 5, and it's a classic. The Daytona International Raceway, the road course edition at the World Centre of Speed. We have prizes up for offer. We also have to say a big thank you to Andre Eriksson and the entire team at Asetek SimSports for their continuing help with regards to this particular event that we've hosted for the last few years on the ADAC SimRacing Expo. The winner of this, after the next 2 races, will have a brand new set of Asetek SimSports Forte S pedals heading their way. Second place will get a €250 Asetek SimSports sports voucher, and third place will get a €100 Asetek SimSports shop voucher. We've had, as I said, 4 different races so far this season. Back on the 21st of July, we headed to the stands of the Zutzenteich at the Norris Ring for the opening cup. We headed to the Nürburgring, then Lausitz Ring, then Saxon Ring as well. But coming into this final round of the championship, well, there is one driver above all that has been the highest of anybody, Leon Harhoff, with a total of 446 points. Mats Windhausen and Leonardo Passioni round out the top 3, both on 309 points apiece. Oscar Soprich and Gilles Samoy round out the top 5. Julius Wieser and Lorenzo Lutriciusi round out the top 7 ahead of Igor Wazowski, Alexandre Forel and Joe Viglione, the driver that won race 2 at the Saxon Ring. And the car that the drivers are going to be using is, of course, a car that is being displayed at the Asetek SimSports booth itself, the Duquesne D08 LMP3. Naturally aspirated, 5.3 litre, and more to the point, it is a V8 naturally aspirated vehicle. So more to the point, we are waiting with bated breath to get our first of 2 races. It will be a dual race format. It'll be a 20-minute race for the drivers after having done their qualifying, and then the race 2 will be a top 10 reverse. of the 2024 Asetek Simsports Community Trophy. Apologies for the slight delay there, but we're back on track. There it is, the Daytona International Speedway Road Course. It is a true Leviathan. It is going to test our drivers over the next 2 races. The World Centre of Racing, as it's very much known as, 5.745 kilometers. It's been in use since 1959 and is part of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, part and parcel of one of the biggest endurance races, the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Now, coming into this final round, out of 5, we've already had 4 rounds, but we left it up to the community, and well, the votes were unanimous. We were possibly planning on Mont Tremblant. We then thought, well, let's throw Daytona in the mix, and there you have it. Your prayers have been answered. And as I said earlier, the top 3 prizes, big thank you to the team at Asetek Simsports who have been firing up their Duquesne D08 LMP3 this weekend so far. An Asetek Simsports Forte S pedal set worth around the best part of just over 620 euros goes to this year's series winner. Second, it's a 250 euro Asetek Simsport shop voucher and 100 euros for 3rd place. More to the point, I understand that we do have a driver from the Community Trophy who has actually ventured to Dortmund and is actually racing from a sim rig. I won't name the driver. I don't want to give him that sort of fate of circumstance, or as other people might call it, a commentator's curse. But we already have the results in for qualifying, and one driver is faster than anybody, and that is Leonardo Passioni, currently on 309 points, tied with Mats Windhausen, who was 2nd in the qualifying side of things. But there you see the circuit itself, a magnificent test, no matter what you put round this circuit to put it through its paces, whether it's an LMDH, an LMP3, a GT3 car. Well, we even see the Wheel & Mazda Global Cup, MX-5 Global Cup, normally running around this circuit in January of each year. And so far, well, the winners themselves at the Norris Ring, back on the 21st of July when we first started the first of 4 online events. We went to the Norris Ring with Leon Harhoff taking the double victory and had really gotten to grips with the car early. Nürburgring Sprint, because of the amount of drivers we had, we reduced it to 1 race at the Nürburgring Sprint circuit. That again was won by Leon Harhoff. But then Leonardo Passioni came fighting back at the midway point at the Lausitz Ring on the 1st of September, picking up the win in both races and doing one of the best moves around the outside heading into turn 2 in the early stages of race 2 itself. Then we went to Eastern Germany to the Saxon Ring, and more to the point, Leon Harhoff and Joe Viglione rounded out the 2 race winners. So 3 different race winners. Leon Harhoff has a significant enough of a margin at this point, 446 points, plays 309. However, we have initiated a drop score system. I will be duly kept up to date by the team at our good friends at Gridfinder who have helped to administrate this league. A big thank you to Tom Bunton, Dan Terry and the team there. So we will be kept up to date with the standings as they happen. But, well, we do have a grid and we are waiting for them to completely ready up. So Leonardo Passioni will start on pole position. Mats Windhausen will be alongside on the front row. Leon Harhoff and Joe Viglione will be on row 2 with Julius Wieser, Oscar Soprich, and Alexander Forhel rounding out the 7 drivers that will be competing. So very shortly, we do have 2 of the drivers in the pit, so haven't readied up. And once the 6 red lights show up, then the drivers will be ready to rock and roll. And this has been a staple of the ADAC SimRacing Expo. And there are the lights on the gantry. 6 of them here at the World Centre of Racing. And let's see how things get on with the first of 2 20-minute races. Good start there by Leonardo Passioni as he gets the jump. Leon Harhoff across the start-finish line. Gets through on Mats Windhausen as they head into turn 1 on the opening tour. 2 of the drivers not able to make it to the grid on time. Looks like they have been released early. But there is Leonardo Passioni. Well, it's Oscar Soprich. As a bit of a lock-up on the brakes from Mats Windhausen. Leon Harhoff just behind in P3. Joe Viglione, our last race winner at round 4, race 2 at the Sachsenring, is quite a way back. So the field make their way through into the West Horseshoe. Well, they already have done so, through into turn 6. And now onto the banking here at turn number 7. Then they're going to be at full throttle all the way through. Slipstream going to be very, very prevalent at this particular circuit, up to 31 degrees angle of banking as now they go onto the backstretch. Heading into turns 9 and 10 here at the Le Mans chicane, formerly known as the Daytona chicane. And obviously the correlation between Daytona and Le Mans. As all bumping over the curbs goes Mats Windhausen, coming out of turn number 10. Now Oscar Soprich started, or qualified 6th on the grid. But with 2 minutes in the books, Mats Windhausen, I think that's Leon Harhoff actually trying to get through on Mats Windhausen. Heading into turns 1 and 2, now through the Piff-Paff chicane through turns 1 and 2, into turn 3 at the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. There's Alex Farrell, who at one point was actually leading race 2 at round 4 at the Sachsenring. Last time out, as they head into the infield once again. So the drivers have had around about 4 weeks or so not to worry themselves about having to completely practice. I'm sure that quite a few have been putting in the wheel time, but there's Leon Harhoff currently showing up as 4th on the race circuit. He's about 5.5 tenths behind Mats Windhausen. As these naturally aspirated V8s roar down the backstretch once again here on lap 2. And those curbs coming out of the Le Mans chicane really have to be quite sternly negotiated. Of course, very low clearance are these LMP3 cars. They've had the best part of probably about 3 months to get used to them over the course of the competition. But another lap completed in the books. Oscar Soprich setting a personal best. Those are the lap times you're seeing on the top left-hand side on the timing tower. But now things are really starting to close up a little bit. So Oscar Soprich showing as the leader of the race. Leonardo Passioni 2nd. Mats Windhausen, Leon Harhoff, Julius Wieser, Alexandre Forel and Joe Viglione rounding out the top 7. But into the infield once again, getting towards a quarter time here in this opening race. Of course, the field will pretty much be a full reverse grid. So whoever finishes last in this race will be on de facto pole position. And there is Passioni closing in on Soprich. Soprich, who has been in the battles over the course of this series as they make their way down towards the backstretch. Once again through turn number 8. And Passione is in that window. Now the closing speed is going to be quite significant. Heading into the Le Mans chicane at turns 9 and 10. Gap now down to less than 0.3 of a second. And Passione, who's already got 2 wins, bumps over the curbs with a lot of brutality. But now round the outside at, oh well, looks like we are seeing the cars having a possible service issue there. So it looks like we might have a potential server issue on this particular occasion. So apologies for the delay on that one. So apologies for the delays, folks. We seem to have some issues at the moment, just getting down to the root cause of them. So please bear with us, our sincerest apologies. Well, as you can see, folks, we've managed to get to the on-track action. So with 11 minutes and 35 seconds to go, Leonardo Passione currently leads the way by just over 0.56 of a second. Ahead of Mats Windhausen, Oscar Soprich has got Leon Harhoff going round the outside on the start-finish straight, heading into turn 1. And Soprich has to defend. Harhoff very much in the wheel tracks as they go through turns 1 and 2, as we're just over 60 seconds away from the halfway point of this race. And a bit wide going through into the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. Ends up going Oscar Soprich, and now into the West Horseshoe at turn 5. Harhoff dives underneath and tries to get the side-by-side coming through in towards turn 6. But Soprich again will have the inside line for the next left-hander, and then heading into turn number 7. So now what Leon Harhoff's got to do is either keep it pinned around the outside, which is exactly what he did, kept it high, wide, close to the wall, and got through for 3rd position. But Leonardo Passione gunning for his 3rd race win of the series. And once again, Leon Harhoff finds himself behind Oskar Soprich in the battle for 3rd position coming out of the Le Mans chicane. Soprich going airborne whilst exiting on the curbing. Harhoff pulls to the right-hand side, goes to the high line, and very, very close to the outside wall. And then slots back in behind. Soprich in 3rd place, once again across on the front stretch. Mats Windhausen, overall fastest lap of race 1 out of round 5. 1 minute 39.677. Again, Harhoff tries to go to the outside. And now Windhausen has got Leonardo Passione in his crosshairs. Gap between them heading into turn number 3. Just under half a second. They'll run the cars a little bit wide and then cut back through. Meantime, there you see the side-by-side for 3rd position between Soprich and Harhoff heading into the dogleg at turn 4. Meantime, the lead is going through turn 5 at the Western Horseshoe. Passione trying to do what he can. Oh, bit of a hip check. Bit of a bump and run between Harhoff and Soprich. Harhoff again to the outside. Lock up of brakes by Soprich on the inside. Will Harhoff go again for the overcut round the outside? This time he does, and manages to get in front. But again, like we saw in the previous tour, Harhoff is in danger with the slipstream. Soprich pulls to the right-hand side as they go back onto the backstretch here on lap 7. Now heading into the Le Mans chicane at turns 9 and 10. Once more, Leon Harhoff still finds himself behind Oskar Soprich. But at the moment, the way things are going, Harhoff is 1 step away from taking this first crown. I know that Gilles Samoy is probably in the audience watching. He did say he'd try and see if he could run here as well. But Passione puts in a 1:39.949. It looks like Windhausen second. Oh, Harhoff and Soprich tangle heading into T1. And this time, has Harhoff got the measure? Coming through into turn 2, runs a little bit wide. Flirts with the grass on the outside, and now into turn 3. The International Horseshoe. Harhoff gets through. Visa deep under braking. Soprich with the undercut. And there is Alex Farrell in the background. So a 4-horse race over the final position in the top 3. Now being occupied by points leader, Leon Harhoff. So out of turn 5 now into the double left here at 6. 7 1/4 minutes remaining. And with the fact that you people out there, you people in the community wanted this track, well, it does provide sort of a pendulum swing, if you will, whereby you're going to have the opportunity to have the slipstream, maybe have the overspeed. Oh, a bit of a shortcut there from Julius Visa as Oskar Soprich goes grass cutting through turn 9. Alex Farrell manages to get through around the outside on the exit at turn number 10. So Alex Farrell up to 5th place. And Oskar Soprich firing right back at Farrell on the front stretch here at the World Centre of Racing, round the outside. Goes Soprich at the moment, who, when it comes to the point standings, is on 263. Alex Farrell currently rounds out the top 9 on 202 points. But with 6 minutes to go, Leonardo Passione and Mats Windhausen. Now, this may not necessarily be for the title. This may be for the bragging rights for the 2nd place in the standings. They're both currently on 309 points apiece. So the two leaders make their way out of turn number 6 once again, and then hit the 31-degree angle banking through 7, and then through 8, picking up sort of high speeds, probably the best part of 165, maybe 170, could even see close to 180 miles an hour, especially if you're in the slipstream. Hard on the brakes, down the gearbox, turn it in, use the curbing to rotate the car. Nice and neat and tidy by the race leader, but Windhausen was putting everything into that effort. 3/4 of the race completed, 1/4 to go, 5 minutes remaining. And there you see the indicated speed on the dash display, 170 miles an hour. 171, 172 for Mats Windhausen. Now, staying on board with the second place driver. Through turn 1 into 2, accelerate from second. Now up to 4th. Down to 3rd for the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. Here at turn number 3. Then it's going to be the fast left-hand dogleg. You are not really going to be lifting. Up to 5th, 140 miles an hour. Back down on the brakes. Down to 1st gear. Now run the car wide, then pull it to the right. And again, slow speed, slow in, fast out. Got to be smooth and concise, and also take into consideration the bumpy and uneven nature of the Daytona International Speedway. So the two leaders only about 8 and a bit tenths of a second apart. Well, looks like Leonardo Passione's ping is a bit all over the shop, but he is still here to compete. Well, let's turn our attention to Oscar Soprich, currently running in 5th place, behind Julius Wieser. Now, Wieser did have a few troubles, especially at rounds 2 and 3. So just under 3 minutes to go in this opening race out of 2. We're on lap number 11, and Oscar Soprich has gone grass cutting again, this time through turns 1 and 2. So on this particular occasion, it's not gone very well for the driver currently rounding out the top 4 in the standings. So he finds himself behind Julius Wieser. This time, Leon Haarhoff in 3rd, just behind Mats Windhausen, who at the minute is 5.5 seconds behind Leonardo Passione, who's on course for taking a 3rd win. Now, Leon Haarhoff at the moment has 4 wins to his credit. And Julius Wieser looks to have dropped down to the bottom end of the order and has ended up in 6th place. But Haarhoff trying to go very high, close to the wall, down the backstretch. And he has got the overspeed, and through goes Leon Haarhoff. And finds himself the best part of nearly 6 seconds behind Leonardo Passione in terms of the race lead. There is Alex Farrell in 5th. And once our race leader starts lap number 11, we'll be on our 12th and final lap of this first of 2 races. There we go, 1 lap remaining. So Windhausen keeping Haarhoff in his crosshairs at the moment. But more to the point, consistency makes you a champion. But until I get the final classified results after race 2, we'll then be speaking live to our 2024 Asetek Simsports Community Trophy champion from where they are. but Passione has done exactly what he's needed to do. It could make things very, very close in the greater running of things when it comes to the Asetek SimSports Community Trophy. 23 seconds remain on the timer. Passione on the is probably going to be more than likely on the final lap, will not cross the line in the next 15 seconds. So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Timer has expired. Last lap now confirmed. Leonardo Passione, 2 wins back-to-back at the Lausitz Ring. And the Italian driver comes through the final corner onto the front stretch, and Passione takes the checkered. Leonardo Passione still keeps himself in the window of opportunity, be it mathematically, but it is pretty much a guarantee. We're going to speak to the man after this second race. We're going to have the racing action after this, but Leonardo Passione takes his 3rd win of this event, which we started back in July of this year. Mats Windhausen took 2nd and 3rd, and I think pretty much has wrapped it up that Leon Harhoff will become your 2024. There is one more race. Thank you, Luke. There is one more race, and I will be speaking to the race winner because we've got something special lined up, thanks to the wonders of modern technology. So effectively, Leon Harhoff has now pretty much secured his place, and he will become the winner of the Asetek SimSports Forte S pedals. And more to the point, well, we still have another race to go. We wouldn't want to keep those lovers of sim racing empty-handed, so to speak, to pretty much round off the first of what's been a fantastic day of the ADAC SimRacing Expo for 2024, our 10th anniversary, you know, starting back at the Nürburgring back in September 2014, and here we are at Dortmund 10 years later with a packed Hall 3. And as I'm about to start talking about the results, I hear something firing up on the left-hand side of where I'm currently, and I think that's emanating from our friends from Switzerland at Racing Unleashed. But I've just had the results come in. Leonardo Passione, Leon Harhoff taking 2nd, which effectively de facto puts him as the person that's won the Asetek SimSports Community Trophy. Mats Windhausen, Oscar Soprich, Alex Farrell and Julius Visa rounded out the 6 finishers. Joe Viglione, I don't think was able to return to the server in time. Okay, so after the wonderful musical interlude, thank you very much to our friends over at Racing Unleashed for the fire up and rev off. We've now officially got one. Andre, Asetek, I think you've just had a warning shot fired across the bow on that one. I need to go and have a look at that car. A very limited edition vehicle as well. But we are not that far away from what's going to be a complete reverse grid for this particular final race of the 2024 Asetek Simsports Community Trophy from the virtual recreation of the Daytona International Speedway, the road course version, which has the self-named moniker of the World Centre of Racing. So we do have a couple of minutes until the race starts itself. Of course, there's going to be a lot happening over the next couple of days here at the 10th anniversary of the ADAC SimRacing Expo for this year here at the Dortmund Exhibition Hall. It's been a real pleasure to see the amount of people that have come here, even on a Friday. And more to the point, well, it's the beginning of the weekend tomorrow when we open the doors here. And more to the point, there's going to be so much more, that we've got such great people within the world of this community. But there is our grid. There are a couple of drivers, I think, well, Joe Viglione and Oscar Soprich seem to have ended up in pit lane. So, as we had earlier on, once the 6 red lights are out, we will be racing for our final time. So, the lights will start to ignite very shortly in the next 15 seconds with a full reverse grid. There they are, the 6 red lights are on. And for the final time in the 2024 Asetek Simsports Community Trophy here at Daytona International Speedway, we are off and racing. And it's 2x2 hurrah for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th as Julius Wieser leads the field into turn 1. Oscar Soprich again, for some reason, has ended up in pit lane. And we've got also Joe Viglione. Lorenzo Litricusi has also joined the fray. So, got a few more cars on the field, but look at this 5-car squabble. They're heading into the left-hander here at the kink at turn 4, the dogleg. And diving up the inside of Julius Wieser goes Leonardo Passione, but Mats Windhausen is leading this quintet. Oh, what a spin! That is Leon Harhoff. Oh, careful, Lorenzo Litricusi had to avoid very, very quickly once he saw Leon Harhoff going across the track. But nevertheless, so Joe Viglione, who ended up for some reason, as did Oscar Soprich. So Viglione letting the drivers go through. Passione could be on course for equaling Leon Harhoff when it comes to the points. Or it comes to the point of race wins. Riding on board, well, driver in effectively second on track because Oscar Soprich with the pit lane mod, pit start mod. So that's for the de facto race lead. So at the moment, it is a duel for second in the Asetek Simsports Community Trophy for 2024. The difference between getting a 250 Asetek Simsports shop voucher and a 100 euros Asetek Simsports shop voucher. Of course, for those here at the Expo, of course, the new Invicta steering wheel has now been released officially as of yesterday evening, and that is here in person. So coming up to 3 minutes out of 20 completed. Alex Farrell in fifth ahead of Joe Viglione. Leon Harhoff is about 6.2 seconds back. Lorenzo Littlecusi has had an issue in his own right and is 17.8 seconds back behind the driver, who is on course to when he finishes now. So currently, big thanks to Dan Terry for the updates. Well, Leon Harhoff, 501 points. Passione, 369. Windhausen, 360. Now this is where we really get a sense of intensity and anticipation. Let's not forget that Mats Windhausen has yet to win a race. He's been close, but not close enough. And the lap times that are being set by those two, Windhausen swarming all over the back of Passione. Alex Farrell, new fastest lap, 1:44.07. Passione through on Windhausen again to retake the place. Julius Wiese has got Alex Farrell, and Sachsenring Race 2 winner Joe Viglione not too far behind. As they head into the Rodriguez International Horseshoe out of turn 3. Now they're going to be punching fifth gear, 135, 140 miles an hour through into turn 4 here at the dogleg. As all that was not what Joe Viglione wanted to do into the West Horseshoe. Slams under hard braking into the back of Alex Farrell, and that now puts Leon Harhoff up into fifth position. They have had time to get acclimatized to the Duquesne D08 LMP3. So Soprich leading by about 2.9 seconds. Passione second. Windhausen third. Fourth is Julius Wiese. Leon Harhoff is a further close to 6.9 seconds behind in fifth place. So a quarter of the way through this final race, and it has been interesting. I think Sachsenring round 2, which was the precursor to this one, the penultimate, well, the last race that evening on the 15th of September was an absolute classic. Joe Viglione closing in on Alex Farrell. Having gone through the front stretch, Viglione goes very, very wide into the approach, into turn number 1. Manages to carry the speed through. This time he's got to be very careful on the brakes. Don't go slamming into the back. Farrell gives him room, opens up the steering. And well, Lorenzo Littlecusi, who made it back in time for race number 2 out of 2 here for round 5. And Farrell trying to get maybe the undercut through out of turn 5 as they head into turn 6 and then go on towards the backstretch through turns 7 and 8. Riding on board with Alex Farrell in this car, and he's about 0.4 of a second behind Viglione. And bumping over the curbs in the Le Mans chicane go the pair. More specifically, riding on board with Alexandre Farel, we get more of a real indication of how low to the ground these Ducane LMP3 cars are. But at the moment, Soprich still leading, but the gap between him and Passione has come down to 1.5 seconds. A further 1.5 seconds back is Mats Windhausen, Julius Wieser, and Leon Harhoff round out the top 5. Joe Viglione and Alex Farel, the battle on your screens right now. This is for 6th place. As they make their way through turns 1 and 2, here on lap number 5. Oh, moment there for Alex Farel. Tried to rotate the car in, back end steps out, hard on the brakes, get it steady, pointing in the right direction. Now all that hard work of him chasing after Joe Viglione, well, that has become a bit unstuck, so to say. But there are the drivers at the sharp end of the field. Oscar Soprich being reeled in, hook, line and sinker by the man who will equalise on race wins, but not on points scored. Leonardo Passione in second. Into the Le Mans chicane once again. Tighter line taken through the entry point by Passione, just to not scrub off so much speed, but also to carry a little bit more momentum through the corner. And when he gets to within half a second of Soprich, watch the rate of closing. Soprich has got the headlights on. I'm wondering if he might have any back markers to deal with, possibly, but that depends on how far behind he is when it comes to Lorenzo Lutriciusi. So back onto another lap we go. Lap 6 completed, and Passione finds himself within the 1 second window as Joe Viglione sets a personal best, a mid 1 minute 40.5. Passione trying to carry the overspeed through the exit of turn 3, the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. And there is Windhausen. Wieser not too far behind either. So with the field a little bit more spread out, it's mainly the focus on the top 3, Soprich, Passione and Windhausen. Wieser, Harhoff, Viglione, Farel and Lutriciusi rounding out the 8-strong contingent in this final race, which we are pretty much halfway through. So that gap between the top 2, even though Soprich ended up teleporting into the pit lane, well, Passione is going to get him. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. And that is a sign of inevitability in its own right. So now these drivers make their way down the front stretch very shortly. And then over the banking across the start-finish line to complete lap 6. So we're pretty much halfway through. Last time we hit a total of 12 laps. Will be the same race distance on this particular occasion. And more to the point, well, Passione was quicker by about 0.2 on that previous lap in comparison with the race leader. And Soprich will very much, I think, secure his place as 4th. But of course, the biggest talking point is Passione versus Windhausen. At the moment, Passione is leading in terms of the points differential, 9 points. And now Passione swarming all over the back wing of Soprich out of turn 6. Now onto the banking. Now we saw this in the previous race. Soprich being done by the fact that Passione had the overspeed. Now the gap is coming down. 0.3, 2.5, 0.21. just under 2/10, and now Passioni dives to the outside into the Le Mans chicane. That is very precarious. Will decide to duck back behind Soprich and try and get the run through out of the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Gap now 2/10 and closing. Soprich with 8 minutes and 20 still to go, holding on to the race lead, but Passioni ducks out of the slipstream, trying to get the overspeed on the right-hand side of the circuit at the higher point of the 31-degree banking. Passioni edges slightly ahead, but Soprich will have the inside line for the opening corner at this circuit. And Passioni round the outside, runs deep, locks up the left front, and that could allow Windhausen a window of opportunity. Who was that went straight on? Completely missed their braking point. Coming out to, going into turn one. Excuse me. But someone definitely went exit straight on. So whoever that was, not sure. Could have been, may have been Lorenzo Lutticucci on that particular occasion. But Mats Windhausen now finds himself very, very up close and personal to Oscar Soprich and Leonardo Passioni. So these three separated by a second. And now Passioni again dives to the outside, tries the same trick through into the Le Mans chicane here with 6 minutes and 50 to go. And once we hit 0 on the timer, well, that'll be it. We're about 4.5 laps away, I would imagine, judging by the previous race distance that we've managed to cover in the first race of the afternoon here at the Dortmund Exhibition Hall. Live and direct on the ADAC SimRacing YouTube, SimRacing Expo YouTube and Twitch channels. Thank you so much for everyone that's been watching along today. And all bit deep, bit wide going into turn one by Soprich. So Passioni could have made a complete meal of that and go up the inside and get through. Biglioni sets the personal best. Windhausen, I think, was a bit too late on the brakes there, just went straight on at turn 3 at the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. Now into the left-hander at the dogleg at turn 4. Coming up towards the final 5 minutes and 50 of this competition that started back on the 21st of July this year at the Norris Ring, 11th of August, Nürburgring Sprint, Lausitzring DTM on the 1st of September, and then the 15th of September, we headed to the Sachsenring. But Soprich still holding on, should have started, I think, probably 3rd on the grid, judging by the full reverse grid we would have had. But I'm sure that Leonardo Passioni will want to end this competition not just on a high, but have a cool €250 Asetek Simsports shop voucher to his credit. And that gap is starting to close once again. Final quarter of the race and final quarter of the last race of the 2024 Asetek Simsports Community Trophy. And Passioni, 1:39.894, dives to the inside. Will this be the opportunity he needs to get through for the race lead? Side by side and a hip check between him and Soprich, and Passioni gets through. Now, does Soprich have the mettle to return the favour? There's only 4 minutes and 20 still remaining. So into the infield we go once again, and more to the point, Passioni comes out of turn 5 at the west dogleg. Now has started to open up a little bit of a lead, to the tune of the best part of 7 and a bit tenths of a second, which will slightly go to and forth, depending on where they are out on track. And now that's starting to expand as Passioni puts the pedal to the medal here in the Duquesne D08 LMP3 naturally aspirated V8 prototype vehicle. So into the Le Mans chicane here on lap number 10. So Mats Windhausen is going to see, he's now seeing that more than likely second place in the rankings has fallen to the wayside. He's going to have to resign himself with the fact it's going to be third. But at the moment, where he is now, Leon, let's see if we can, well, it's Leon Harhoff down in 5th place. At the moment, will have 545 points if he finishes exactly where he is in this. So we've got this and one more. 2 laps of the competition to go. So the gaps between first, second and third at one point were truncated to about a second between the top 3, and now that's expanded to the best part of effectively 3 seconds. Oh, well, probably the best part of 3 seconds overall. It's 1.3 between Passioni and Soprich. Windhausen is about 1.2 behind Soprich in second. So it's going to be the penultimate time through the Le Mans chicane for our competitors. And more to the point, it comes down to the end of a journey that started pretty much the best part of just under 3 months ago. Of course, folks, there is plenty of racing action happening. Here at the Expo, we've got the Digital GT 500, which closes out the on-track action. We've also got our women's arena and Steffi Bauer and the team from Screen to Speed that'll be part of tomorrow. But we are on our last lap. And there is Mats Windhausen, still holding on to that third position, still trying to close in on Oskar Soprich for that second place. And it all comes down to one moment where one driver will be determined as our series champion. It always comes down to that essence of community, that essence of continuity and being consistent. Leonardo Passioni is going to close off the 2024 Asetek Simsports Community Trophy in the best way possible, equaling Leon Harhoff on wins this season with 4 apiece as he exits out of the Le Mans chicane for the final time. And for the last time in the Asetek Simsports Community Trophy, the final lap sign is shown. And it's the run to the checkered flag, your final race winner of the 2024 Asetek Simsports Community Trophy. It goes the way of Leonardo Passioni, Oskar Soprich in second, Mats Windhausen in third, Julius Wieser in 4th and 5th. And pretty much your 2024 Asetek Simsports Community Trophy champion, it goes the way of Leon Harhoff. What a job by the man from Germany. A total of 545 points. Absolutely fantastic stuff. So, let's see. Right. I have asked by the wonders of modern technology a big thank you to our team, our production team that are running the stream here in Dortmund. So I have now made a request that we are hopefully going to be speaking to Leon Harhoff. He has said he's only got his phone. I said, not a problem, it can still work. It has worked before. So we will probably get more than likely. Right. Leon Harhoff, can you hear me? No. He's not joined yet. Okay. I've asked him to join. So we're just waiting until I get the thumbs up from the production crew. Well, Leon, good to see you. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. I hope you can hear me fine.
Perfectly. Well, through the wonders of VMix. Nice. Firstly, I'm going to say something in your own language. Leon, erstens, herzlichen Glückwunsch. Du bist der Meister von den Asetek Simsports Community Trophy von 2024. Gratulation.
Vielen Dank. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, to be honest with you, we know, I knew from a good friend of ours, a mutual friend of ours, that you were very, very handy behind the wheel. You got to grips with this LMP3 car very quickly. 4 race wins, and I think your total came to 545 points. But I want to bring you back to Sachsenring, the penultimate round. It got a bit close in race 2, didn't it? Come on.
Yeah, that was an amazing race, honestly, but I can't even say anything about my driving because it has to be censored anyway. So, yeah, all the other drivers did a very good job. It was great fighting with all of them, and to be honest, it's so nice and refreshing to have a competition that actually offers something for grabs, but still the drivers are very fair, very polite on track. You don't always get that. I have a feeling like as soon as there are like dollar signs in everyone's eyes, the brains all shut off. So it was very refreshing to race for the Asetek championship, and it was very fun.
Well, Leon, I'd like to officially tell you that on behalf of both Assetec Simsports and the team here at Southwest Vision, you are now the proud owner of a pedal set, a Forte S pedal set from Assetec Simsports, worth to just the tune of close to 650 euros. I'm sure as soon as you get that set, you're going to bolt it to the sim rig, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Actually, quite a few weeks before the competition started, I have upgraded to a Forte wheelbase also, and my pedals couldn't really keep up with all that goodness. So now I'm really happy to also have pedals that are quite up to the standard.
Brilliant.
So I'm really, really happy.
Brilliant. One final question before we let you go. Are you going to be with us for the final round of the Digital GT 500 on Sunday? I'm not sure if we might have just lost Leon there. I think he might have just frozen. Leon, can you hear us?
I guess we just see another episode of Frozen over there.
I'm going to be honest, Alex, I'm not sure he's joining you for the GT 500, mate.
Yeah, probably not. I think he fell asleep. Guys, so I guess that's probably pretty much it for the moment, right?
Yeah, I think we should call it there. Obviously, today, what have we done today? Right, let's try and remember. So we had Rennwelten that were talking about AI stewarding, which is going to be very interesting, especially in the long-term future for all sim racing.
And for all stewards, to be honest, because that's a shit job.
He's not a great job yet. Conspit we had here earlier with an unbelievable panel or a keynote to do with all their new gear.
Yes.
We had VRS up here as well. We had KW and Asher represented up here as well. We had the big announcement that we are going global.
To Austin, right? Austin, Texas is going to be next March. come to the US. It's going to be amazing, hopefully. Everybody's super, super excited about it.
Yeah, 100%. But tomorrow we've got more action. So this is the first time you've ever tuned in today. Now you know that it's going to be a full day of action. So we've got the ADAC Awards early in the morning. So that will be at 11 a.m.
Exactly.
We then have Asetek with, I've heard the Asetek man might be here. So who knows?
Oh, ho, ho.
F1 Content Creator Series podcast.
Yeah,
They'll be
there's
doing
also
that.
Logitech G, I heard. Assetto Corsa is there. Hyundai N has got a panel over here. And we close with Fanatec later in the evening.
And we also have the golden age of sim racing panel, which is going to bring up so much nostalgia for all sim racing fans out there. Any last words, Matze?
Nothing at all. Let's have a beer.
Absolutely, time for some beer. But yeah, make sure you're here tomorrow at 11 a.m. for day 2 of the 2024 Sim Racing Expo.
See you then.
Partnership, Init Esports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the US at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our US debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the US for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRace Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help. send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands, from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig support to keep you racing.